is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hello and welcome to round 3 of Norway chess. Yesterday we saw an epic 4 games out of 5 finish in Armageddon. Will there be more drama today? Well, we'll have to find out. I'm Jovanka Houska and it is a great pleasure to be here in the studio alongside Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson. I'm getting my names muddled these days.
It's all right. So you're saying the more Armageddons, the better?
Yeah.
You want 5 draws?
I want 5 draws, 5 fast draws, and then have the action replayed as quickly as possible
But
with
they should
maximum
really get
drama.
rid of the classical, no? Just play 5 Armageddons per day. Come on.
This is our new format, right? We think the future of chess lies in that. Armageddon all the way. And let's have a look at today's matchups, because they're still incredibly exciting. And we can see Magnus Carlsen will play against Timur Radjabov, who in fact will immediately dash over to Spain after this tournament finishes to play in the candidates. And then we have another huge matchup between Anish Giri and Wesley So. Vishy Anand meets Wang Hao, and Shakhriyar plays Vasilin Topalov. Ariane Tari will play Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Let's do predictions. We never do predictions.
No, we never do that. Okay, Magnus Carlsen against Radjabov. I think it's going to finish in draw.
I think 1-0. He needs to win one.
Yeah, but Radjabov is really, really solid.
He's rusty. Doesn't play much.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll find out. Anish against Wesley.
Draw.
Draw, yeah. Vishy against Wang Hao.
1-0. I'm going with Vichy all the way.
Yeah, Vishy's on form, and even yesterday, he got slightly lucky in the sense that Veselin lost on time. So when does that happen? Not that often. So I also going to go 1-0. Shakhriyar against Veselin.
It's a tough one. Well, I'll say 1-0.
I'm going to say Veselin is going to win.
Oh, interesting. Could happen.
He's got a good score against Mamradyarov. You were talking about there's certain players that you just don't score that well against. And Ariane against MVL, draw.
Yeah, I'll also say draw.
And everyone sitting down, getting lined up, and Magnus filling in a score sheet. Wow. I thought someone would have done that job for him.
Isn't that
Sometimes.
Peter Heine's job? Carlsen, how do you spell Radjabov? DJ.
Yeah. No, but in the Olympiads, they fill it out for
They
you.
do?
They do.
Never had that.
You never had that?
No.
Oh.
Maybe it's only on the top 10 boards or something.
No. Well, we don't play on the top 10 boards, the English women. We play on the bottom. Okay, and you can see everyone lined up. There's going to be some of the sponsors making the first move.
Who are these people standing there?
They are from Ernst & Young.
Uh-huh.
And are they all simultaneously going to...
Are they all briefed what move to play? They look nervous.
Yeah. But wouldn't you be nervous?
I would be.
It's world's top
But
tournament.
with Magnus, it's hard to go wrong. No, 1A4, he'll say fine. C3, D3, F3.
Oh, he doesn't like
Knock
G4
yourself
though.
out. No, G4 I think he dislikes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. Is he keeping it?
Normally they take it back and then they make the same move. No, because the clock doesn't really count it if it wasn't pressed.
Is he happy? No.
Nah, he'll do the same.
He'd probably play knight f3, c4.
The world champion, not off to a great start in this tournament. Drew his first 2 games in the classical, won 1 Armageddon, lost 1. So he's in the middle of the pack. He needs a classical victory because he gets 3 points. There comes the pawn again.
Okay, and
Hang on, was it a different pawn?
it was a different
he
pawn.
changed to
It was the
D4, yeah?
queen's pawn, yeah.
Maybe he told the guy.
And
Play E4.
okay,
So,
and I guess Radjabov is going to do his Nimzo Indian if allowed.
yeah, he used to be a King's Indian guy, but some 10 years ago he switched to Nimzo, Queen's Gambit. Solid stuff. Magnus, sticking with the Catalan? What's he going to do?
Yeah, he's been very successful with the Catalan.
Yeah.
Here we go. And Radjabov has it all worked out if you allow him into some kind of Rogozin or... Okay, it is a Catalan. Are we going to see my favorite, bishop b4 check? Or are we going to see the move that you recommend, bishop e7?
No, I also switched. I'm team bishop b4. I like this bishop b4 and then
Me too.
pawn to a5. That's what I did.
Oh,
Hence. But bishop e7 is the traditional main line.
and Jan here is a big expert. You produced a course on this, recommending bishop e7, and now you say take the pawn. Oh well, okay, white has to move first.
Yeah, let's wait for castles.
Let's castles and then take the pawn according to Jan.
Yeah. It's not exactly a secret, but yeah, that is the that is very much the main line. And there are a lot of things that have happened recently after castles d4, queen c2. This move b5 has become all the rage.
Yeah.
Curious what Rajabov is up to. He's thoughtfully.
Well, this is not a
touching his nose.
surprise. Were you impressed yesterday when he told us that everyone in Azerbaijan studies 10 hours when they're kids, studies chess, that is.
I'm not sure it's literally everyone, but yeah, it seems like they've all put in the hours indeed. Maybe that's why people get good at chess.
Yeah. So I got some telephone calls after that, and I got some questions. When have I ever studied for 10 hours on chess? Can you
When
guess
was
the
it?
answer? 0 times.
0? Oh.
But have you ever studied chess for 10 hours?
Yeah, like when you're at a training camp or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, that
then I
doesn't
think
count.
you spend the whole day.
By yourself.
No, I mean, sometimes at tournaments when you prepare a bit long if you count the playing time, but I've never said, okay,
No.
it's a beautiful school day. Let me get my 5 hours in, and then my next 5 hours after school.
I'm talking about Saturday. You know, you finish school.
There's no school on Saturdays.
Exactly. You don't have school. You don't have anything. You just have a free day ahead of you. And you're like, sun is shining. Let me get my books out.
The problem is nowadays we have all these distractions. I think the only
Yeah.
chance I had to get decent at chess was not having internet. Well, nowadays there's too much stuff to watch or too much Twitter timeline to refresh. But no, I've never done it systematically, but I've never felt like I'm studying chess systematically. Of course, I was obsessed with chess as a kid, and you read books and you do whatever, but it never felt like, now I'll work for 10 hours, like, just
I like
read a chess book.
like Mr. Dodgy's answer. I'm reading the Chess24 chat. Says I studied chess for 10 hours in 2016 to 2022 in total. And
That explains a lot.
pawn takes pawn on the board. Okay, will we see knight a3?
Nice.
Queen
He's
c2.
done that a bit too often recently. Knight a3. Has some nice surprise value. He played against Giri and Weikand here in the tiebreak against Wang Hao. Queen c2 is the big move. And now the big question is, does Rajabov want to join the debate? The recent fashion b5, a4, bishop b7, ab, a6. Try to force a draw here by sacrificing a pawn, playing very concretely. Or will he stick to the old weapons, pawn to a6, after pawn to a4, which is the main line. Play this position with bishop d7 and bishop to c6. We'll find out
I
soon.
suspect that he's going to go for the traditional way.
Yeah. He didn't study chess for 10 hours yesterday. He did it like 20 years ago. This b5, a4, bishop b7. Didn't exist.
Yeah. So I guess we'll have to revisit this game. And shall we check?
Here comes b5.
Oh, well,
Here's, of
there you
course,
go. He is a man. He's up
He's
to date
going
with
with
his
the times.
trends. Okay, so
Magnus. He played 95 against Nepomniachtchi here, which is very aggressive, was meant as a surprise. But the main move, of course, is pawn to a4. When black faces a choice, b4 used to be a line. Carlsen even played this himself once against Ding. But recently, the big fashion, of course inspired by the computers, is bishop to b7, as I mentioned. Pawn takes, a6, takes, knight takes. And black says, okay, you can take the pawn, but I will have a lot of activity. Pawn to c5, knight will come here. And move by move, I can hold this position. It's not that easy though. We've even seen Pomnish himself lose it to Wesley So in, what was it, the Super Bet tournament,
Yeah.
I think. So Black needs to know a lot, but Rajabov,
Yeah.
he's a diligent worker, as we've established. This is on the board.
It is on the board. A6. We're expecting. So a good old-fashioned theory fest. That's what we like.
It's fairly modern theory fest. This has not been played that much, but I'm sure it's been extensively analyzed by all the top players.
So how, like, considering, is everyone using the same kind of engines?
I think more or less.
So, I mean, how do you kind of surprise someone in
Don't.
such?
You just pick the fourth engine moves in some 7-8 moves and hope that he hasn't considered that one in great detail.
Okay.
That's the secret.
Well, there you heard it here first from one of Magnus's World Championship seconds. You picked the fourth move of the computer that doesn't have a decisive evaluation.
Yeah. Sometimes if you want to be really bold, you even pick a move where the computer says minus 0.20.
Oh.
Then you clean it up all the way, so you're sure it's still a draw. But if they don't make a good move, then you might be better all of a sudden.
And when you guys analyze, do you also take out a board, that good old-fashioned thing, and play out some moves, get a feel for how dangerous it is?
Nah,
No.
there's a board for the addicts to play blitz games, and sometimes randomly the lines that were looked at will also feature in these blitz games. No, it depends. Like, we all analyze on computers, but sometimes to show Magnus something at camps, you put it on the board and then someone sits there,
Yeah.
double checks with the computer. But most of the work is just done
And-
on computers.
Okay, so maybe this is not necessarily relevant to Magnus, but have you ever kind of worked really hard on a line, presented it to someone, and they've gone, don't like it, this is bad?
Happens all the time.
Happens
Maybe
all
not
the
that
time.
directly, but of course, especially when working for a match, Magnus has to be given some choices and some directions, and he
Yeah.
can't like all of them.
No, that's true.
So,
That's true. Okay, so this one
but
is,
usually my lines are excellent, so he
Yeah,
just
yeah,
turns
yeah,
down.
he-
The other guys like,
yeah, you were a good idea, right? I remember.
yeah, exactly.
And
I picked the third computer line. That's the secret. So they look better than the fourth computer lines. But
okay, so this is going to be heading into some very trendy waters. But let's check out Anish Giri against Wesley So. And Anish also looks like he's
another big theory debate.
Yeah.
The good old Nimzo Indian, Queen C2. I also made a course about that. I made all these courses. D5, Knight F3, and pawn to B6. That seems to be recently the more cunning move, or everybody used to play DC, Queen C4, B6. But here White has a bit more freedom what move to choose. Kasparov, for example, introduced H4 here. So now I start with B6, saying CD is not really a threat. After CD, Black goes Knight E4 for whatever reason. Queen back, pawn takes.
pawn takes. Looks good. Get
Yeah.
the bishop out. Although it kind of feels like a slightly, not worse, but a different kind of Ragozin type position.
Yeah, it's a bit different, but it works nicely for Black. And so White goes bishop G5. Now takes, Queen takes, and it's another big tabia, as we say in Germany. Bishop A6 is the main move. Bishop B7 has also been played. Grishuk recently experimented with C5 here directly. It's another big position of modern chess. And these guys, they're both incredibly well prepared, maybe the two best prepared players in the world, but they tend to stick to main lines, so I'm not sure if anybody will manage to surprise the other here.
Yeah, I agree. That's what happens when two principled players play it out. Maybe you'll have to face the Armageddons. It might be another quick draw, but a very well played draw.
Beautiful draw. It's like Anish said yesterday, no, the degree of excitement is directly opposed to the level of opening knowledge. Sure, he said it more eloquently. He's very witty.
He is very witty, although, yeah, anyway. Okay, so let's move on to Vichy Anand against Wang Hao. And that one looks like it's a Sveshnikov.
Does look like it.
Ooh. And actually, let's take a pause here because Magnus has just gone to the confessional box. And he's speaking in Norwegian, but we could have a go and try and
you
translate.
Can translate, right?
Yeah, I'll try. We can have some.
I dag vil jeg benytte anledningen til å ønske til lykke med dagen til Ulrik. Også ikke minst leder i Ungdomssjakkforbund, Joakim G. Nilsen. Og så vil jeg også komme med en melding til Peter, treneren min. Så hvis du ikke har noe bedre å komme opp med i åpningen enn det her, forled! I dag vil jeg benytte anledningen til å ønske til lykke med dagen til Ulrik. Også ikke minst leder i Ungdomssjakkforbund, Joakim G. Nilsen. Og så vil jeg også komme med en melding til Peter, treneren min. Så hvis du ikke har noe bedre å komme opp med i åpningen enn det her, forled!
Okay, so I got a lot of it, but the end was Danish. So he had a message for Jon Ludvig Hammer because it's his birthday. And he said, happy birthday. And then he had a message for the leader of the youth team in Norway, Joakim B. Nilsen, who is actually also my Bergen teammate, so hello to him. Also his birthday, so happy birthday. And then he said something about the opening, and this was something to Peter Heine Nielsen, and then there was some Danish that sounded like Wah!
It was also Peter Heine Nielsen's birthday last week. Maybe Magnus is just doing birthday announcements now.
Maybe he is. But unfortunately, my Danish is not up to scratch. I think there was some like mocking going on. That was interesting. Happy birthday. He's in a good mood.
Seemed like it. Good job of thinking after Queen C3. Which computer move was Queen C3? It's still the second.
Still the second?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, we had this position. You said that Black slowly says they're going to get a little bit more active, but...
No, it's very move by move. You can keep clicking here. The computer holds, but many lines. White keeps an extra B pawn. And it's not that obvious why it's equal, so you need to go
super deep.
Go very deeply here. That's why I don't think it's a line that's too recommendable for non-super grandmasters. Like if you want to force a draw against the world champion, it's a viable option. But in practice, you just end up playing a pawn down and have to know so much to make sure it's equal.
Okay.
But yeah, computer says it's fine.
Computer says it's fine, but then the computers seem to have worked everything out. So, okay. Can we dash back to the Anand game? We were on the Anand Vichy. Oh no, we kind of covered that. It was a Sveshnikov, right?
It was a Sveshnikov. That was the extent of our coverage. Still Sveshnikov. Moving on.
Exactly. Nothing much. Oh, hang on a second.
This is a Slav.
Haven't we seen this before?
No.
No. So Bishop F5. Hang on a second. Like, I have a feeling that I've played something like this with the black pieces, but my memory is so bad that I look at the position and I think, oh, yes, it looks familiar. But then I have to go afterwards and check my lines, and I'm like, yes, 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 you played this before about 5 times. So what do we think?
Well, this G3 used to be not so popular against the Slav, but in recent years it's become a legitimate main move with White trying to sacrifice a c4 pawn and putting the bishop here in all kinds of lines, not just the Catalan. So g3 by now is very much a main line. Black could go g6, transpose back to the symmetrical Grunfeld, which many people like. Could also take the pawn, but that's risky. And Topalov just plays sensibly, bishop f5, knight c3, e6. And another recent computer trend, this we've seen from Magnus in a different position, but same idea, in this tournament already. Knight to h4, anywhere before black plays h6, so this bishop gets a retreat square, trying to chase down the poor bishop. Topalov, just like Wang Hao did the other day, allows the capture, but this is a much better version for black than what Wang Hao got. dc takes and e3. And this structure is sort of common in the Slav, where it looks like white should be better as the two bishops, compact pawn structure. But it's not so easy to play. The bishop goes somewhere, d6, sometimes even b4. Let's say here. Black wants to play castles, knight bd7, g6, and it's a very, very sturdy setup, where white would like to go f3, e4, but it's very hard to get in, very hard to prepare.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly solid for black.
Yeah. I guess it's all to do with the white's dark squared bishop being super bad.
Yeah, it's not great here.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I've seen this type of position before in the Slav, maybe not with the pawn on g3, and it's not as easy. I mean, I look at it and I'm like, well, white must eventually be better, but not easy at all to prove something.
Yeah, this is the main line, which is a bit similar. dc a4, bishop f5, and here white plays this. Black can also play like this. Very similar, just pawns here. All right.
Yep.
Then in Tari versus MVL, Tari, he sticks to his guns. He likes this. MVL plays the Najdorf as he tends to. Tari likes this bishop b5 check, and now some goofy lines. After bishop d7, he plays c4.
Oh.
Not the main move. Usually I take, and then should the queen recapture, white goes c4. Tari starts with it. Knight f6, knight c3, knight to c6. Castles, pawn to e5. I think that's what black is supposed to do. And we get a very, very blocked position in the center. White will maybe argue that he's slightly better because his bishop is more active than the black bishop. But it's also not so clear what this bishop is doing here. If it takes, black gets the two bishops. Could even think about BC controlling the key central square. So I think I've seen this and I didn't think it was anything special for white, but of course it's extremely solid. And we'll see how Tari wants to play it. Maybe remove the knight, prepare some f4. Interesting line.
Yeah, that's the move that appeals to me. Other kind of ideas that appeal to me would be also going, it's a little bit passive, but you know, going h3, play it a little bit slowly, put a knight onto d5 at the right time. But I'm a direct person, so the move that really appeals is f4. Open the lines, get the dark squared bishop motoring, get the rooks motoring.
Yeah,
it's my kind of chess. Oh.
Another plan could be trying to exchange here, but I don't think this control of the d5 square would be permanent. Could be an idea, but I'm not sure how much it does.
Oh, you have seen that done in the Lopez, you know, where you swap off. But yeah, I mean, it is an idea, right? Certainly something to think about.
Maxime, it's not your move. It is his move. What? Why is it his move? It's not your move, Maxime.
He went bishop b7.
I think another move must have happened. Was there a knight on h4? Maybe knight h4. That makes sense. Preparing f4 and maybe knight to f5. If knight takes e4, knight takes e4.
Knight takes.
It looks like there's a knight on h4. I'm not 100% sure. It hasn't updated here yet. But Maxime's clock is clearly running.
Yeah.
Sitting there thinking. do think there's knight on the rim.
My eyesight is not also, I'm going to make another confession. I seem to make all these kind of personal confessions. My eyesight's not great.
Oh, sorry.
I can't see that little board. But it does look like there's something at the
I
edge
also
of the
can't
board.
see it well, but there seems to be horsey on the edge.
Horsey on the edge. Knight on the rim. It's dim. On the edge. So yeah, interesting plan. And do we have any other moves?
There it is.
Yeah, now it's nice and clear.
So that's how a horse looks from the bird's eye view.
What's it doing there? I mean, yeah, I know that it really wants to go to the f5 knight, where we'll thrive.
It's doing everything.
That is the rule.
Prepares f4, wants to jump into f5. If g6, then it wants to go back and say, I provoke g6.
But is
Now my
g6
bishop can
such a
go to
big weakness?
h6. Not sure how big a deal it is, but at least the white dark square bishop then can sit on h6, g6, knight f3, castles, bishop h6. Could be somewhat unpleasant. I'm not sure if it's a big deal.
Yeah, that's true. Because it's a very early g6 as well. Normally black tends to play g6. Let's see if they can put a knight on the g7 square or something. And it will ask. I was thinking of that maneuver. Maybe you know, because you're the big expert. When the knight goes to e8 and goes to knight to g7. What's it called? It has a name.
I don't know. Fianchettoing the knight?
Yeah.
I didn't know it had a
It has a name. It has a name. It's named after some top player from the past. I read it in a book. Or did I? I might have made it up as well.
The Morphy maneuver. It seems like this kind of chess.
The Morphy maneuver. Well.
No, I'm not sure. I don't know
Alekhine?
much about the maneuver or the name.
Okay. Well, okay, this is definitely shaping up to be quite a fight. Shall we revisit the opening battle between... No, there hasn't really been too many
There's
moves.
not much to revisit.
No,
But
there
it looked
isn't.
like the basic tactic of playing the second computer move already confused Rajabov. Although if memory serves, this was also what Wesley played against Nepomniachtchi, and I think Giri Nepomniachtchi. Weren't all these games queen c3?
Okay, I can check for you. I can have a quick search on my database.
Let's find out.
Let's have a look.
So bishop d5, this is very much the main line. Here white has a choice between queen d3, queen c3. I thought this is what they did, but maybe it was bishop queen d3, bishop e4, queen c3. I'm confused too.
Don't worry, Jan.
Not that worried.
Welcome to my world. Okay. Okay. No, my database is not coming up trumps for me. Thank you very much, database. But okay, I will try from here. Okay, so no stress. Okay, so Andreikin has played it against Hikaru Nakamura. Wesley So against Nepomniachtchi. I can, yep, you remembered right. And that game actually went. Checking on the Chess24 website. And how do I get it to go?
Just
Bring
click
it up.
on it, then it appears in the notation up there. Switch to notation. Oops.
That will help. No, it's
Double clicked it, it should jump in there.
yeah, that's what I thought.
Good job, good job.
Double click. not
There you
working.
go. No, it should be there now. There it is.
There it is, there it is, there it is. Okay, okay, we got it, we got it. Okay, so that game. Okay, that went c5.
So do this one. Yeah, it's still very much the main line. Now white has a choice. Where to put the bishop. Rajabov took a little moment there to probably recall all the lines, but they're still very much in book.
Yeah. Okay. Bishop e3.
Speaking of in book, this is also a fairly well-known position and line that Wesley has played before. Pawn to c5, the most direct solution here. Queen goes to b6. Black has an ugly pawn structure, but white struggles a little bit finishing development. b2 is under attack, so pawn to e3 takes, king takes here. If memory serves, queen b2 was a bit risky, so knight to c6, and I'm fairly sure Wesley's seen this before, like g3, queen b7. There were some games in this position as well.
And
They probably both know.
And you don't, it's not possible to kind of go h4 and, is that just like a little bit of a red herring?
No, I'm sure it's also an option, but white wants to connect the rooks
rooks.
quickly. I would guess h4. I don't know. So rook to d8. I don't think this guy can do that much, but yeah, I'm not into the details, but I've certainly seen it before.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it makes sense to go g3 and connect the rooks.
King
But then-
e2 he does.
King e2?
Went rook b1, covering the pawn. Rook a8 and king e2. Okay.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, it's a bit like was to be expected between these two. It's a battle in a very theoretical mainline, Anish. We'll try a small idea here and check. If Wesley replies precisely, it's probably not that much there. But if Wesley is confused, it might be a little more pleasant for white.
It definitely looks a little bit more pleasant. You know, yeah, the white king is in the center, and once I got over the whole surprise value of that, I can see the advantages, you know, like you've highlighted, the rook can come to c1, there's b4 ideas in the air, king can hide f1 if necessary. And, you know, black's king, unpleasant, quite exposed. Yeah.
I think black is supposed to be fine because his b2 weakness is also a bit of an issue. But yeah, I would expect both sides to make some precise moves and then it ending peacefully. But if anybody's better, it's white, of course.
Yeah.
Rook d5, rook d8, knight e5. Normally black has enough player.
And
Sorry.
possible. No, I was just wondering whether it's possible to see how Wesley is looking. Whether Wesley is just like, oh yeah, another day at the office, I know exactly what I'm doing, or is Wesley perhaps giving some tells and saying, you know, I'm not 100% comfortable with this position. Maybe been a bit surprised. Having a look at the clock time.
It's not
Does
there.
it look? Oh, he's not
Where
there.
are you,
No one.
Wesley?
No one is there. This is the wonders of modern day chess.
Let's wait for Wesley.
What did you guys think of the whole Nepomniachtchi's tactic of like making a move and then like disappearing off?
I didn't have strong opinions on it. We weren't there. We were hardly following the show, so we only heard
okay.
about it, but it wasn't a big thing.
But how would you feel if your opponent did that to you?
I think it's a bit of a tradition in World Championship matches. I think Topalov and Kramnik, they
Yeah, but they
very much tried never to be at the board. I don't know if it works so well. If you're always sitting in your little private room, of course you can see the game on a screen, but still I think a bit different if you're always there and then you come back to the board to make your move. I don't know. I mean, it's a choice. Maybe it helps a bit not to be in the center of attention in front of the cameras all the time, but yeah, I don't think it bothered Magnus much, or he gave it much thought.
And well, now Wesley is back at the board.
Wesley knows.
He knows
rook d5.
exactly what he's doing. Not surprised at all. So okay, maybe
He looks
we're
so
going to see
relaxed
that.
all the time and making good moves.
Yeah, he looks like he's in great shape. And yesterday in the confession, Topalov just said, Wesley is playing great chess. He should be in the candidates. And certainly feels like that, actually, that Magnus is number one, and okay, Ding is obviously incredibly strong, but it does feel like Wesley should be there, number two.
You think Wesley should be number 2?
Yeah, I feel like the way that he's
Ali
playing.
Reza, Fabi,
Ali
out of
Reza,
there.
well,
He's been number 2.
he's
before.
been number 2, but I don't know, maybe it's just because of the Champions Chess Tour, you know, he's been such a big presence there. And yesterday we saw him play so impressively in the Armageddon game and also through the Blitz tournament. It just seems like Wesley is becoming like a very multi-dimensional player, you know, very good at all types of positions. I mean, the only thing that I see is that he's practical. He's very practical, and I mean that in the kind of sense that he's not afraid of taking those short draws. If he needs a quick draw, he knows how to force one.
It's the kind of player we like in the
and-
Chicken Chess Club. But no,
And Anish making his move very quickly and, well, walking off and saying to Wesley, what do you have in mind? So shall we move on to the Sveshnikov? That was between Anand and Wang Hao.
yeah,
That looked like it was still in the realms of theory the last time we looked, and I think chances are it probably has been seen before.
yeah. This is the old main line of the Sveshnikov, the 7 bishop g5. Recently, if white is ambitious, they more often have played knight to d5, but Vichy, of course, has a lot of experience here. Had this World Championship match against Gelfand in 2012, where Gelfand surprised him with the Sveshnikov. So obviously, he knows his way around after c3. Bunch of subtleties here. The main move used to be short castles, and then after knight c2, if black went rook b8, white will play h4, trying to restrict his bishop. And if black went bishop g5, white will play a4, trying to generate a target here. So what black is saying, let me have best of both worlds. I'll play both rook b8 and bishop g5, so you can't go a4 or h4, and I'll castle later here. There is also a lot of theory associated with a4, more direct play, but then b2 is on priest. So Vichy just says, let's play positionally, a3, a5. Put the knight here. It's a more quiet way to handle it. I think black is fine. Doesn't look like Vichy wants to push his luck that much today. I'm never sure what pieces to exchange though. If you take here and go bishop e6, none of the above. It's strategically complex, but I think practice has very much shown that black is okay here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is one of those lines that I never quite sure. It's very tense, and it does feel like you do have to be accurate in the beginning and maybe even in the middle game, because if white plays carelessly, then black breaks out. If black doesn't play as accurately as they should, then of course they get squashed. So I think no, you don't want to have that. And it was very, very trendy a few years, but I didn't understand why it fell out of favor to play this way.
I don't think it did. I think white stopped doing it. Nowadays, they much more often play bishop b5, the Rossolimo, and most black players are more worried about that. And some are even worried enough that it scares them away from the Sveshnikov, or that they choose move orders like this one, which is a very popular line where usually white takes here. But if white were to play this, now black is happy to transpose. And we get the same position, magically. No, I think the Sveshnikov has been considered sound for a long time. And Vichy is just playing a quiet line where he hopes that maybe he knows a bit more, has more experience, or he just wants to have a quieter day at the office after starting with 2 out of 2.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if he can get anything going.
Yeah.
I'm still unsure what black should do, but I do know that, yeah. Clicking computer buttons in this position, black is always fine.
Yeah.
It's a good thing as a second. You can just say, yeah, it's fine. It's 0-0-0, you castle. You don't have to understand what goes where. Check the file. Castle, and then bishop goes somewhere.
Bishop
You'll be
b6,
fine.
and white, on the other hand, will be
Yeah, white doesn't want anything special either. Just castle,
castles.
queen e2, and see
Put
what
a-
black pieces
put a
will get
rook on.
exchanged.
Yeah, because queen e2 pressures the b5 point, and then put a rook on the d line. All good.
Sounds good.
Sensible stuff. Yeah, I like this. Sensible play. No, nothing scary on the board. And talking about scary on the board, I don't think we're seeing any scary openings, but these two are dynamic players, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Vasilin Topalov. I have a feeling this one could brew up to something.
What do you think is
Crazy.
scarier?
Well, I think that Shak is a
I'd be
scarier
more scared
opponent.
of Mamedyarov. If you
Yeah.
walk by him at night, like on a dark road. Topalov is very strong physically. I think he's in great shape. But I think Mamedyarov would win a boxing match. No, he's
Yeah. He's actually, I think he trained to be a boxer.
Exactly.
His father was a boxing champion, and when he told me that when he was preparing for the candidates, the very first one he played, that he had a boxing coach with him, and it was
Ah.
his way of keeping fit and sharp. So
Interesting.
maybe if he decides he doesn't want to be a professional chess player anymore, he could enter the realms of chess boxing. He'd win them all.
I don't know. Who'd be the best at chess boxing? Magnus probably good, no? Like he's so competitive. He'd be good at anything.
Well, it wouldn't Shaq be if he's got a boxing champion as for a father?
You think
And
if
he's
they both
been-
had a year to train, who would win, Mamedyarov or Carlsen?
Mamedyarov.
In a chess boxing?
Yeah. Because Magnus will be playing catch up all the time. And talking about fights, I actually saw the trailer for that film that you recommended.
Ah, yeah. It's a great movie.
It reminded
out.
me of one of my favorite movies of all time, Apocalypto. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, it's very violent.
Yeah, incredibly violent, but it's beautifully done. And at the end, the tiger, the jaguar, same kind of analogies.
I
Yeah,
haven't seen that for a while.
you should.
No, the tone is different, but yeah.
Oh, the tone is different. Okay,
It's
so
more-
it's a bit more light-hearted in the.
More light-hearted.
Well, the trailer didn't quite make it out like it was light-hearted.
Oh, okay.
It kind of seemed to suggest it was your Apocalypto type. There is a protector of this
Yeah,
Girl.
Beam. He's my favorite.
beam.
He's called Beam.
Ah, okay. Okay. So is it like a comedy then?
No, it's more of an epic drama,
Okay.
but it has all the elements you want from a movie.
Okay.
Over-the-top action, comedy, drama, history.
Okay.
It's all in there.
But the trailer doesn't. The trailer makes it look like it's like a good
Don't
survival.
badmouth my movie based on that one trailer.
No.
It's an excellent 3-hour, 5 minutes epic
Okay.
that you should go watch
I will.
right now. There will be Armageddons when you come back. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, Apocalypto, great film, beautiful.
Magnus.
Queen C1. Okay, this is all. We saw that in the game.
Yeah, he went bishop f4. Is that the fourth computer move? Did he do the trick? Third. No, drop to fourth. Fourth computer move. See, I revealed the secret.
Okay.
Bishop f4. Gotta play the fourth line. Bishop e3 first. Bishop d2 second for whatever reason. Might be d2 third. And then there's bishop f4. Knight e4, queen c1.
Queen C1. And has anyone played Queen C1? No. That is the novelty.
There you go.
There you go. And what is the point of this deep novelty?
Point is get Rajabov out of book and
Okay.
emerge pawn up.
That's a good plan. I like it. But you've got to fill me in on the details.
Those are the details.
Those are the details. Okay.
There's no very convenient square for the queen. If it goes here, let's say knight b4 comes with tempo, or here.
No. Well, no,
Queen e3 is also somewhat awkward because this bishop no longer has squares.
No. Not too many squares. Only queen
Gotta
e1.
compromise here or
Queen
here.
e1 or queen c1. Okay, so can we do a bit of pattern, kind of? Not what is the word? Not recognition, but we can kind of maybe use the same kind of ideas that Wesley had against Nepomniachtchi. So that game kind of continued with queen e. That one went queen e1, and then the knight came to b4. So Nepo did kind of set some wheels in motion, and then after some trade
Was
of
that
rooks,
bishop f4? That was bishop e3, no?
it was bishop e3.
Yeah, it's a different line because then there's knight c2 hitting the bishop and the.
Okay, so we
queen.
can't use the same pattern then.
Nah, it's a problem with chess. It's so concrete.
Yeah.
Here after bishop f4, I think black doesn't go. Knight b4, but takes, and queen b6. And
Yep.
tries to put pressure here. That's the point of bishop e3 instead, trying to stop that.
Well,
but then there's this long forced line.
well, that helps everyone at home and me know the difference between bishop e3, bishop f4. It's in the defense of the pawn. So bishop f4 played, knight came in, queen c1. Let's work out. So Rajabov is probably thinking, yeah, you know, maybe knight b5 is the idea. No, sorry, knight b4. Knight b4 and kind of go for the same type of... Oh, but hang on a second, there's unpleasant pressure on the c5 pawn.
Yeah, black is a pawn down, so he has to do something specific.
Okay.
Knight b4,
But then...
knight c3, then I don't think there's anything very direct. No, that's the point of this line. That's why I said earlier that it's very rough to play if you don't want to spend a lot of time studying the details, because you need to sort of know the solution to every one of the random white attempts. I'm sure black is fine here, but it has to be proven very move by move.
Yep, certainly. I mean, every move will come with its point. Like I was thinking queen b6 as well, after all. There might be some nice pressure on d4, but then knight c3 might come, and then before you know it, knight a4, and yeah, knight takes bishop, knight takes knight, yeah.
Yeah, c takes d, at least stops knight c3. Knight takes back, and now there's once again a choice, knight c5 or knight to b4. It's just a jungle of variations. And yeah, for the match against Nepomniachtchi, as mentioned, Carlsen decided, nah, he will have spent ages checking all this, and if he goes for this, not worth quizzing him. So he went for an even earlier surprise, a much riskier move in this knight e5. But this time he's saying, okay, Rajabov, if you spent weeks at training camps checking this very line, kudos to you. But if not, I might be up a pawn.
Yeah. Yep. And difficult decision, I think, for Rajabov, but and he's kind of burning time on the clock. 1 hour 27 minutes left, and again we have a very unusual time control in that the players actually don't get any increment until move 40. So the time control is actually 2 hours, and on move 40 they get a 10-second bonus per move. And if the game is drawn, well, it all goes to Armageddon, where white will have 10 minutes and black 7 minutes, and the 1 second increment kicks in after move 40. But black does get draw odds, and a win in the classical game gets you 3 points, and a loss, nothing, nada, zero, zilch. Armageddon win, 1.5 points. Armageddon loss, 1 point. So yeah.
It's not that big a difference, is it? You can only, the difference in the Armageddon is only half a point, and the classical is 3 points.
That's
so
huge,
the classical
yeah.
is 6 times more important. That feels wrong. Should be the other way around.
Yeah, it should be the other way around. Shall we go over to the game between Ariane and MVL.
All right.
Because if we saw a knight on the edge of the board, was potentially going to go to f5. It is on f5.
Made it.
It made it, and how is this looking? Because once it's made it there, you know, have some suggestions, or maybe knight takes bishop and then blasting open the position.
Took here first. The point being, if the bishop recaptures, then this knight can no longer be taken. While if the pawn recaptures, at least it's double pawns. And now knight to f5. Do you have any sayings connected to a knight on f5?
Yeah,
or-
we'll thrive.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, a knight on f4 once more, or we'll score. That
excellent.
was yours.
So, should black take the knight so it doesn't strive? Thrive.
Thrive.
Ah.
Yeah, but it can strive. That's a good word.
Do that.
A knight on f5. But then you need to strive for something. You need to strive for more.
Yeah.
So,
I always say a horse cannot change its stripes.
okay, not a zebra. No.
Can't do it, horsey.
Okay.
Knight e8. He doesn't want to take it, which
Okay.
would be positionally somewhat unpleasant for black, I guess. Queen could come here, bishop could come here, take potentially. And there are some weaknesses. So Maxime ignores it. Goes knight e8. Maybe he's preparing the Morphy maneuver, g6 followed by knight g7.
Morphy was very ahead of his time,
Yeah,
playing these
that was
positions
his thing.
before anyone else even thought about them, before he even thought about them himself. Okay, so let's ask about the obvious. Knight takes the bishop, open up, f4. That's how most club players, I think, would play it. What do we think?
Horrible people, club players.
They're dangerous, you know.
Tell me about it. No, this looks incredibly logical. I'm not sure if white has much here. Can black go f5, trying to clarify? I'm always a bit worried if black plays f6, then
Pawn stomp.
these, the Lawrence Trents, the club players of the world, they will go for this f5, g4, h4, g5 plan and try to checkmate you.
Of course, that is what every player dreams about.
That's
And
the British Grand Prix circuit. You're not allowed to participate if you don't try this every day.
yeah, you have to do that at least once in your life. It's on every chess player's, well, British chess player's bucket list. So yeah,
So we have to
so
prevent
you
it.
can't do that. So
No. So f5, how bad is this?
f5.
Might be bad. Computer is not a big fan.
Why is it not a big fan? Because of just
Guess
build.
Just saying white is better with the double pawns and the. It's believable, no? With the structure, it could be a little unpleasant. So, computer, what do you want after this attack? It wants to take here, maybe that's the most
Okay, bishop takes, and then
circumspect. Still, I'd take white.
I take white as well. But the knight on e6 is quite a nice piece, though. Unfortunately, because white's dream is to go queen f3, queen g3, build on the f line. But the knight on e6, it does stop things.
Yeah. In Germany, we say a knight on e6 always sticks. But still a bit of pressure, maybe. No, like queen g3. No. I make one move by
And knight
myself,
takes.
and computer says no. Now black is fine. Says this is equal.
As equal. Okay. But how does how does the computer suggest building up this attack then?
No, wants to play exactly like you.
Oh,
Wants
it
to
was-
take an f4.
Ah, okay.
You and Stockfish.
Wow.
And British club players, you're all aligned.
Yeah, we are all channeling the same machine.
Stockfish,
Stockfish
15.
15. Yeah.
No, it looks nice. Also
looks nice,
reasonably
right?
risk-free
Yeah.
for Tari. He'll be happy.
It will be happy. So it's looking good for Ariane. Okay, and shall we?
Maxime has seen worse, though. We should mention. He's
That's
Magnus
true.
the French school of suffering for many of Maxime's black positions, so he won't be too concerned here, but it's slightly unpleasant.
Yeah, it is slightly unpleasant. And let's go over to Mamedyarov again against Topalov, because the position did look like it was quite solid, quite stable, and it would have been.
Mamedyarov found a way to mix it with long castles.
Yeah.
Such a hacker.
I know, it's beautiful. He told me as well, he said that so many people say to him, Shaq, you're getting old, you should play like very comfortable chess, you should just play solidly, conserve some energy, leave the beauty for those like key moments. And he's like, yes, but he can't do it. The heart does not allow him to do that.
He's too passionate.
Yeah, it's not in his style. And here we go, we have a mess suddenly on the board. And the critical question is, how is each side going to attack? Because suddenly we have war on the board.
Queen e7.
Queen e7.
F3, hinting at e4.
Yeah.
But this king could potentially be a little weak. It's a weird position. I'm not sure what to think. C5, I guess, is a bit premature, but it's logical enough anyway. And just directed against e4. Computer is saying knight f to d5.
Wow.
But that
then
looks strange. He just wants some random stuff as usual.
And yeah, why are you putting the queen e2 and then you have to go king b1?
Yeah, I don't know why this is so great, but that's what Stocky wants.
I don't think there's any way that Topalov will play knight f to d5,
No,
provoke white to get what he wants. No, he's going to go for...
Yeah, c5 looks normal to me, or bishop b4, also just trying to stop e4.
e4.
And if, let's say, rook e1, I was thinking here, but maybe no. Now I did it again. c5 now. It's a very complex position, because it doesn't feel like white is 100% stable in this bishop on g2. It's not doing that much, but if white gets an e4, then of course it can be devastating as well.
And what about c5? I mean, you kind of said it might be a bit too premature, but it's a thematic move, open up lines.
Yeah, I just thought it, in some way, after king b1, it lets white consolidate. I don't think there's an attack here, and cd, ed, I'd be quite happy to see. But still, if black doesn't see another way to stop e4, then c5 is very thematic as well.
Yeah.
Curious what he's going to do.
I'm very curious as well. I'm also curious as to whether he's quite chill about things and just goes, okay, just might let e4 happen. Put rook on d8. Prepare. I just... But then...
the thing is, white has a bunch of useful moves still to make.
King
King
b1,
b1,
yeah.
rook e1. Black has to make up his mind how to deal with it. Yeah, I'd be
worried.
I'd be scared.
Also because it's not entirely... I just don't see the clear-cut plan for black to attack. So maybe not knight f to d5. Maybe you can go the other knight b to d5. And then you kind of do your knight to b4 plan.
Yeah, also very logical, because now I guess e4 we can also just take. So
Yeah.
this shouldn't work for white. Yeah, I don't know, I guess rook e1 again.
Rook e1, and then, okay, so now attack the queen.
Do we need knight b4? I'm not sure how much it
Helps.
accomplishes. Yeah. Queen somewhere.
Or maybe we can... The thing is that e4 feels really, really scary now.
Yeah, I was wondering. Bishop b4, that's still e4. But if takes, bishop b4. Computer wants No, it doesn't like this one. Knight d5 again. Here e4 anyway. How bad is this? Takes, so just
Takes.
some move. Ah no, it's very random moves. I was just wondering. Black can exchange a bunch of pieces and still be okay, but yeah, probably not ideal.
Yeah.
So let's ask the wise engine. Ah, here it says knight d5 again. Now e4 is bad because
Knight takes bishop. And then there's a pin.
the bishop moves, then white has lost a little too much time. Now
Now you can go
this happens for some
and then
reason.
after queen b3 you got your a5 fun.
Apparently.
Okay,
Black's play
so
is too fast.
white has to be a little bit careful then. So rook h1, a little bit slow. Maybe king.
Yeah, I guess
King
this
B1.
pawn isn't hanging, so can go king b1. If it takes this pin, it's probably unpleasant. Ah no,
Yeah, it looks.
the other pin.
It has to. You can't get away with touching those type of pawns. I wouldn't even calculate that, although perhaps I should. But
But takes here. Now the bishop can't recapture because this is hanging, so the queen would have to take.
and then
Once again, bunch of tempting options.
knight to d,
a5, knight d5.
knight d5.
Okay, this is similar to what we just saw, but king b1 is a bit more useful than rook h1, I guess.
Yeah.
This knight b4 is a strange move.
Yeah, somehow I kind of want to trade off dark square bishops, actually.
Yeah, I'd also be tempted. But here
Bishop,
we allow e4 once again. Still, I'm not sure how bad even these positions are.
and then take the bishop off the board.
Something takes.
And then pawn takes pawn. I like this.
Yeah. Knight somewhere.
Yeah, knight c7, knight b6, knight b6 maybe. I don't know. Somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like natural play. But now Mamadjar would say, okay, let's move on to the next part of the evening.
And this is where we go, okay. Good idea. Let me think about that a little bit.
No, basically it's a very complex
Yeah.
position. Both sides, or especially black, seems to have like 5 reasonable options here. Knight ft5, knight bd5, c5, bishop b4, rook d8. Topalov has to be a bit careful not to end up in time trouble again. In positions where you have so much choice, you can either just bang out a move or you can sit there for 50 minutes and try to calculate them all.
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Yeah. He actually, interestingly enough, in yesterday's game, he gave an interview where he said, at first, you know, he felt like he was playing badly, and then he felt like he was playing passively, and then he forgot that he actually didn't need to notate the moves.
Yeah, I read that. That's
He forgot the basics. You know, that when you have less than 5 minutes on the clock, you absolutely don't need to sit there and notate, because players don't get any increment until they have made move 40.
in the 90s, every schoolboy knew that, but for the last, I guess, more or less 20 years, they've grown so used to play with increment that is old. Playing without increment, not having to write down moves,
Yeah.
just forgot.
But I also wonder why, I mean, is there any point in writing down the moves? After all, you have live boards and everything. I mean, what is the point?
We can see you guys. You can't cheat.
Exactly.
I don't know. But I think it would feel strange to play a classical game without writing down the moves. No, you'd be missing something. I'm not sure.
But
I
it's
feel
not-
it's mainly tradition.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they should just scrap it. It's like an old thing from the past. No need. No need whatsoever.
We
Anyway,
don't need pens anymore.
exactly. Unless players like them, because they might have lucky pens.
Yeah.
But these days, you're not even
Is that
allowed
a
to
thing?
take your own pen.
I never had a lucky pen. I just every every time I play, I have to try find a pen before the game. It's very awkward because usually I forget to give them back, so I borrow pens from people.
Oh, okay.
Then I steal them. It's not a great habit.
No, but I have a solution for that. So I have bought myself expensive.
Get a pen?
Yeah, I have bought myself expensive pens that write beautifully.
Ah, nice.
Very, very nice. And really annoys me when the powers in charge say, no, you're not allowed to take a pen. And they give us these really bad, cheap, like 10p pens that stop working halfway through.
Cheap pen.
I hate cheap pen. It's like leaks everywhere. I've got ink all in my hands. It's like a child. Okay, we do have a move on to Parlov. He's actually...
He's played c5.
He's gone for the move that we thought might be a little bit premature because...
Just saying words, it did look logical as well, but yeah, he's determining the position now. c5, king b1. And back to thinking.
After all, yeah, pawn takes pawn isn't really what you want to be doing. And c4 feels kind of quite slow. So, I don't know, I really like the plan of trading off knights. But rook d8, I think rook c8 is good. And then the question goes to white. I mean, how is white even going to continue the attack? Because after after castling queenside, you kind of feel that Shaq should be signaling some aggressive intentions somewhere.
No, it's a bit more positional. He will go rook he1 and ask Veselin what he intends to do about the structure, and then maybe e4 could still be a topic.
Yeah.
White has a bunch of useful consolidating moves, and potentially he does have the two bishops and maybe the slightly better structure. So after c5, I don't think it's very realistic for white to try giving checkmate on the king side, but just consolidating in the center, rook e1, bishop c1.
Play with the space.
Like it.
Yeah, I like this. It's very unusual, I have to say. Most of the time when you castle on opposite sides, some fancy pawn pushes happen on the wings. Not this time.
The 3 times in my life I castled queenside, I went king b1 and bishop c1 instantly as well. This is... gotta keep it safe. Poor king. That's why it's called long castles. It just takes much longer to safeguard your king. Because if you put it here, it's kind of safe already. Here you need another move, and then I don't know. It's tedious. Back to pens, because I'd be worried if I got myself an expensive pen that I'd lose it the same day. Like I do it with sunglasses. Every 10 years I buy myself some expensive sunglasses, then I lose them the next day, and then I don't have sunglasses for 10 years because I learned my lesson. So how do you do it with pens?
I just guard them with my life because I like them so much, and they're such a dream to write with that I have to look after them. I discovered this when I was at university. I don't look after cheap things.
Wow.
Like I just throw them around. I don't care about them. I treat them very, very badly. But with something expensive, I become a bit precious about it. I'm like, ooh, this is my pen. And I even if I lend it out, I'm happy to lend you my pen, but I will be saying, Jan, my pen back, please.
Shocking insights. You're revealing too much here. Aggregators. Jovanka does not care about cheap things.
That's right. I don't. Only the expensive things for me. It has to be pretty. Okay. Does anyone have any, talking about pretty, does anyone have any
I'll
pretty
buy
position?
some sunglasses tomorrow.
No, sunglasses. Okay, sunglasses, you need to have a case. This is the key with sunglasses. If you don't have them in a case, they're just gonna go everywhere.
But the case is the first victim. Like, I usually get a case with them, but it's impossible to keep the case with me. You just leave it somewhere. So you don't even need it. You're wearing your sunglasses.
Hang on a second. You don't
Maybe
have a bag.
I need to get a purse, yeah.
Yeah, you don't have a bag. You don't have a bag.
The handbag issue.
Yeah, you need to have a man bag.
That's the solution to
That
it.
is, yeah. Or you need to have like ones that fit in your pocket. Sunglasses that fit in your pocket.
Yeah, that I've tried, but then they break also. Like it's
Yeah.
it's rough.
Yeah, then just buy cheap ones. That's my solution. If you're just going to lose it, then just accept that this is what happens in life and just run with it. It's not your strength to carry sunglasses, so buy the cheapest ones.
I can't have nice things.
No, you can have nice things. But
No, my
maybe not
solution was
sunglasses.
just stay in Germany, so I really don't need sunglasses.
Yeah. But anyway,
C takes D, I'm a bit surprised by.
yeah, I was going to say it's really good for your eyes to actually get the direct light, but not direct sunlight, but just the light.
Ah.
It's you need 2 hours of this per day, apparently.
But you could even see the night on the rim. I'm not taking eye advice
No.
from you.
I don't spend 2 hours outside.
Ah, okay.
So I'm a chess player. I spend most of my life indoors, in basements,
Tell me about
as
it.
a mushroom. Anyway.
Moving on.
Yeah, let's move on.
C takes D, E takes D. I like this for white because it frees the bishop. I'm a bit surprised Topalov removed the tension so early. But the computer is saying it's all fine. He goes queen D7, sidestepping this potential pin. Now he could put the knight here. And I guess he wants to play some active moves. And worry about nothing.
Yeah, somehow, I'm not sure. I'm not sure somehow I like white's position, even though you have some very nice arrows
A lot of arrows.
that highlight
White only
a
got
lot
one arrow.
of pretty black plans, but
Black has
somehow
a lot of arrows.
I'm thinking those knights don't need posts, and I just feel white has a slightly more comfortable position. And let's have a look at Rajabov against Carlsen, because that was an interesting theory battle. Then Magnus sprung the surprise of queen to c1. And then what happened
C
next?
takes D, that's the right move. Knight takes, but knight ec5 is an indicator that Magnus' strategy has worked, because Rajabov spent a lot of time on it, and it's not what Dr. Computer ordered, who wanted knight ac5 or knight b4.
First move that I'm thinking that knight ec5 allows knight c6. Is this a good move? Grab the bishop pair.
Not sure. Let's check, but it's a bit slow maybe. Rook c8 and some issues.
Ooh, everything is on prees. Yep. Okay. So no knight c6. We rule that one out. Oh.
But if white just stabilizes d1, thing is, white is a pawn up. Black has to prove it. What does he want? e5? Can we take? No, knight f3.
Everything is working in white's favor.
Okay, it's still
E5?
tactics. I'm just clicking around here, but yeah, it looks like it just works nicely for white. c3, queen d6, knight f5. No,
No?
it's like I said, it's it's a tough line to master with black, because you have to be so precise in the 15 choices white has, and only quote unquote with a goal to force a draw by very precise play. And it looks like Magnus, by choosing line number 4 here and then line number 2 here, has managed to confuse Rajabov in this knight ec5. Rook to d1 just looks nice for white.
Yeah.
The problem is always, Magnus probably knows knight ec5 is not the computer move, but he's out of book now. So now he knows that he's better, but he has to start thinking. So it's a mixed blessing. You know your strategy worked and you have an advantage, but you don't know why, so you have to figure it out.
I think for most people this is a problem, but for Magnus, I'm going to say no, it's not a
That's
problem.
where it comes in, being the
Yeah.
best in the world. Yeah,
Exactly.
really helps, yeah.
And he just has that feel for improving the pieces. I mean, I noticed that about him. He doesn't like badly placed pieces. So the rook on f1, he'll put that on d1 without a second thought. Well, obviously, that is an exaggeration because he's clearly having a pause. I exaggerate a lot, by the way.
You have to
So-
tell me.
Yeah,
I don't get nuance.
Yeah. What can I say? I have a flair for the dramatic. And I use the British understatement quite often. So I'll say, oh yeah, it's a little bit bad. I mean, you mean really bad? Yeah, I mean really bad, of course.
So you do both?
Yeah, I do both.
Understate and overstate?
Yes, totally.
Oof, it's going to be very confusing.
I know, that's why I'm apologizing in advance. I'm letting you know. And also the British self-deprecating, I love that.
Okay.
But I've realized I shouldn't do this so often because not too many people get this sense of humor. And
I
they're
don't
like,
even know what
"Oh, you really think
self-deprecating
that you're bad?" I'm like, "No, not really." But we would do it just in our blood.
Okay, no, that explains a lot.
Yeah.
'Cause
Someone who does it quite often is Peter Svidler.
oh, okay.
He has
haven't
this
noticed.
self-deprecating humor, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he says, "Oh, I don't know anything. My memory is really, really
So
bad."
you think it's humor? I thought he
Yeah.
was just he had low self-esteem.
Yeah. You're onto something.
Ah, okay, no, that does explain a lot.
Yeah.
Because in Germany we just say what we think. Yes, I think Ruck to Divan is a good move because we occupy the open file and cover the knight.
Of course.
I shouldn't
Why,
make a
of course?
fake TH because my real TH is bad enough. No, but don't you think that self-deprecation is the most subtle form of arrogance?
Yeah. It's
Peter,
really annoying.
food for thought. If you're watching, greetings. Sorry for the ghosting. I should reply.
You sound bright red there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But of course. Yeah. Okay. So this looks good for Magnus. Move the rook to the
Pawn up.
center. Pawn up. He's won the opening battle. And let's go on to Anish against Wesley So, because you know the last time we left it, the king was on e2. Is the king still there? Yes, it
Still
is.
there. Still
And
equal. They
Still
both
equal.
know
They
what they-
both seem to know what they're doing. The clock times are roughly level. White has a bad king, I guess, and black has a weakened king, but it's not being attacked right now. Black's rook's very good. Any kind
curious.
of niggle.
Takes. What happens? Yes,
Yeah,
takes.
queen takes rook.
Takes. This is just fine for black.
Yeah, the king is
Maybe more than that.
black's king is pretty safe. Rook c1.
Two rooks are good dealing with pass pawns because they can attack them twice. The queen can only defend them once. It's math.
It is maths. A man after my own words. I like to do that too. Maths. Simple maths.
You like to do math?
No, I hate maths.
Yeah, I'm also. I think it's a common myth that chess players are either good at math or enjoy math. I don't think it's true in most cases. Maybe some, but
I was terrible at maths. Really, really bad. But we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, did a degree in maths, as he told us, as common knowledge. Were you good at maths? So you?
I wasn't very interested. No, I think.
I was lousy.
Yeah,
Bottom set.
yeah, I was average, but I think in general chess players they're better at languages because chess is more about pattern recognition, which matches more with words than with mathematics, to my mind. So I think that's more, if you want to look for typical chess player traits, it's more common that they will speak a bunch of languages than being real good at mathematics.
And no, I was good at English, history, sociology, that kind of subject. Also good at languages, but I'm very lazy as well. And I suffer from the whole thing that most British people suffer from, that underdeveloped R tortures us.
Tell me about it.
Every single language. It's terrible.
I can't. That's why I'm not even trying to learn Norwegian, because rolling the R is already
Yeah, it's a
impossible
nightmare.
barrier. In Spanish, my Spanish is decent, but I out myself as having a heavy accent every sentence, because I just can't do the pero, can't do it.
It's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, I used to
Coche
try
de
for...
carrera. Yeah, you have to go like that, and I still have to. Ugh, that was something that my parents used to tease me. Well, say coche de carrera, and I could never do it.
Yeah, it's tough. I used to try for 10 hours a day. I would go to the park before school and try to roll the R, but nothing. I did
Nothing.
it for 5
Just
years.
didn't come.
Didn't have anything in life.
They're bad genes.
Didn't
What
even
can we
get
say?
the R. Yeah.
No. But hang on a second. Don't the Germans have a very strong R?
No, it's very
No?
soft.
Ah, okay.
Are you watching? No, it's...
All right. I
Yeah,
never knew that.
This rolled R, I think, it fell out of fashion.
Yeah, totally. But it's worse for me because I live in Norway on the west coast, and they have that even guttural R. Oh, can't do it. I should practice like you did.
Yeah,
10 hours. I'll get there.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's equal. I'm not sure if Anish will have any attempts. BC5 looks critical, but the black 2 rooks will keep the pawns under control. And if not, the white king is a little too shaky for a serious advantage.
Yeah. I mean, is it possible you could kind of have some fun along the 4th row? Like, I'm just thinking playing b5, and maybe step a rook up, or maybe move the queen to f4 at the right time, and, you know.
Does look fun.
Yeah.
This king, I think it's pretty hard to checkmate. So you will need a bunch of pieces there. And the white king is also not
Yeah.
100% safe. But let's say, I don't know, even if black plays h5 here, it's not going to be so easy to get to this guy.
Yeah. What kind of... Okay, what about... Yeah, the problem is... I was thinking queen c2. Drop the queen back.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying in general.
Yeah.
Hard to checkmate in the structure without any
Yeah.
nearby pieces.
You see, what I wanted to do was I wanted to create the illusion of an attack on
it's
the
a
right
decoy.
side. Yeah.
And then you queen the pawn.
Yeah, well, I wasn't quite queening the pawn. I wasn't that sophisticated. I was actually trying to win your c5 pawn.
Okay.
Now, that might be a mission impossible, but, you know, if Tom Cruise can do it, there is hope.
Yeah, I think it's more of a phantom threat, this, taking the pawn on c5. And black has rook d5, queen d6,
Yeah,
counter-attacking. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, definitely difficult. Well, it's a difficult position for both sides. Both sides have shaky kings. Both sides have got advantages and disadvantages, roughly balanced. And okay, shall we revisit? Let's revisit some Ariane and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Arjan didn't follow our advice. He did get an f4, but he didn't take the bishop.
Oh, that wasn't just our advice. It was also the British club player.
Yeah, but he probably followed the old saying, a knight on f5 must stay alive, so he didn't want to give it for this bishop. Went f4 directly. Bishop f6, queen f3. Still looks somewhat pleasant, doesn't it?
But how to keep it... How to keep it alive? I don't...
The knight. Yeah,
Well, not
I'm not
just
sure
the
the
knight.
saying applies. It can always be taken.
Yeah, but I was actually thinking about the whole white attack. But maybe there is no attack. Maybe this is
Just pleasant, no?
Queen G3.
Queen G3.
okay. Queen G3. That's a good start. I didn't see that move. I was too busy looking at my bishop. But yeah, that is where the money's at. Queen G3, and then
Yeah, rook b8 plate. No, I don't know. I'd be
yeah, Queen G3, and then what happens to G?
Well, he's saying now Queen G3, he wants to take on f4, and if bishop takes rook b2, that's why. Rook b8 is a little spanner in the works. Rook f2 is a bit ugly. How to deal with it? Stop avoiding our plans, Maxime. It's a nice little move. Reminder.
And how dangerous is this plan? I mean, if you just let that b2 pawn drop.
No.
You just burn the bridges and go, yeah, fine, whatever. And then defend the knight.
Oof.
Because
We
there
can't
is...
just give a pawn and then pretend like nothing happened. Maybe we can.
Well, the d6 pawn is hanging, so... Yeah. Oh, but hang on, you can take the bishop, you can take the knight. Oh. Yeah, I can't
Not
pretend.
convinced.
No, I agree.
So rook b8. Annoying. Little nuisance. What should white do? Computer
90.
says rook b1.
Rook b1.
Deal with it. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Not a pretty move, but
sometimes
do it.
Needs must. Yeah.
Tough move to make though. It looks so passive, but
I did consider it, but I didn't want to
so
suggest
covered.
it because
yeah, it feels a bit shameful, but it's the best move.
yeah, shameful is the correct move. It just felt like, you know, white's attack is happening on the right. Maybe you can just even get away and ignore it, but you know. But okay, so if you do go rook b1, what is black's best move?
The computer line is ridiculous. I don't even get it. It says bishop c8, preparing knight c7, but that's unlikely to happen.
And if you were to just to go bishop takes knight because black can't handle the tension,
Yeah, but that always frees up all these things for white. So
and
it's
it also frees up the e4 square for the knight.
still, it's a more natural way to play than bishop c8. I don't know how this plays out.
g4.
Takes, somewhat pleasant for white now. But yeah, this looks like a plausible.
Yeah. Okay, well the things look like they are brewing quite nicely.
Rook b1, tough move though. I'm not sure if Arjen will be comfortable playing this.
You might just have to though.
Maybe.
You know, because sometimes you just, okay, you really want to get going, but then you're like, okay, that rook takes pawn is so annoying. That have to. Okay, so let's go to Anand and Wang Hao. That was a good old-fashioned Sveshnikov, where white is playing with the extra space and the square on d5. It's nice to have an outpost that a knight can jump to, and black will be fighting to liberate the pieces. So this looks to me like it's very, very balanced. But at the same time, white does have that nice control. I mean, black is not breaking out anytime soon.
Yeah, and we talked a bit about it earlier, about what pieces to exchange. And I also thought always the most natural is to give this bishop and then put the pieces the way Wang Hao arranged them. Like when you're clicking, I think computers usually don't want to do this unless there's a direct follow-up and they want to use this bishop to put some more pressure here to maybe threaten to take and white has to recapture with the pawn. So I think what Wang Hao did was very natural, but maybe, can't be much, but maybe it's a little easier for Vichy to play rook d2, rook d1. b4 potentially, this takes an a4 or takes and something to c4. I don't know, it's hard to believe it's so serious, but I think this is the type of position you want with white when you play this line, just fishing for a tiny advantage with no risk.
Yeah, I agree. I always felt that once upon a time, a long, long time ago, I did play e4 and I did play this type of position, and I always felt that when black got an f5, then things were a bit shaky and unbalanced, but that's never happening.
No.
So
No, black has to sit tight, and that's what he's doing. Rook fd8. He's very solid. I think Vichy will be happy here. It's the type of.
yeah, and if he wins, he picks up another 3 points to race to 9 out of 9. Oh, that was that would be a scary score, but at the same time it would be great. And did you see that Vichy re-entered the top 10?
I did see that.
Yeah, incredible.
Who did he kick out? Anish is still in there, right?
I think so. I have to check the live.
I do know that because I have chat groups with all these Anish haters. They always check if he's still in the top 10, because they want to point out once he's out that he should take top 10 player out of his Twitter bio, but he's in there. So they.
Giri's still in there, number 10. Nakamura and MVL were kicked out.
So Maxime losing to Vichy, he handed over that spot.
He did. And, well, Magnus has a huge rating advantage over everyone. 28.61 over Ding, who's 28.06. And Wesley is number 5, 27.81. And he's gaining 6 points, which is pretty impressive for someone at that strength. It's difficult to pick up the points.
Yeah,
and
you do get 5 if you beat a player of the same strength, more or less. So he beat Rajabov, and then he drew Magnus. So I guess he got 4 against Rajabov. Roughly 2 for drawing Magnus, or maybe 4.5 against Rajabov, 1.5 against Magnus. I don't know how ratings work, but he's good. And according to you, he should be much higher than
I think he's going to go much higher. I mean, he's so good. I'm so impressed by the way he's playing when he plays.
And he's so nice too. So friendly. Such a pleasure to have here. For the
still a musical mystery though.
That we don't know, yeah.
We need to find that out. Oh, is that a confessional again from Magnus?
Spring I C5 var et nytt trekk for meg. Mulig det er et godt trekk. Jeg tror det er et helt rimelig trekk. Det var I hvert fall veldig interessant, men jeg føler det var viktig for meg å slå også spille løper E3. For nå har jeg svar I springer F5 da, hvis han spiller E5, og hvis han spiller løper F6, så poenget at hvis jeg spiller springer C3, dronning B7, og så kanskje dronning B1, så har jeg et visst håp der om å kunne konsolidere med en ekstra bonde. Ulempen for ham også med å flytte springeren fra E5 til C5, I motsetning til den andre, at springerne kan se litt dumme ut der borte, så jeg kan se for meg et scenario hvor jeg faktisk mister bonden på B2, men han fortsatt har litt problemer da, med koordinasjonen. Så veldig, veldig lang vei å gå, men litt optimistisk. Og enten så han 10. skuespiller, eller så har han jo ikke, jeg har I hvert fall lykkes med å få ham ut av forberedelsen her.
Well, we had the word optimistic there, and that kind of sums up exactly what Magnus is feeling. You know, he kind of reeled off some moves, which I didn't quite catch. But he did say that the knight E to C5, he felt could be a little bit dumb, and he could see a scenario where he could lose the pawn on B2, but Black's pieces would be so discoordinated that he would be better. So he's thinking, not bad, things are going to go my way.
Yeah, some optimism, and as mentioned, he surely knew this position from prep, and knight EC5. He will know is not what the computer wants, and after that he had to start thinking, but he does sound confident. It's a great pity he doesn't speak any English, so he always has to give all his interviews in Norwegian, and we need translators, because most people in chess world, they speak decent English, but with Magnus you always need translators, which is surprising. But if you're so good at chess, you can't spend time on languages, which is understandable.
Yeah, it's a shame, you know, it's a shame that he has to take a translator with him wherever he goes. It's the problems when you just study chess for 15 hours a day.
That's why he likes his dad accompanying him on tournaments, is because his dad speaks some English also.
Yeah.
Not a lot, but at least he can make some basic arrangements.
And what about Peter? Because Peter obviously works hard on his chess. Is his English great?
Now I have to be careful because I have an English, quote-unquote, English language podcast with Peter. Yeah, Peter is good at languages and such. Bishop E3 played.
Yeah, we were joking, just to clarify.
He's not good at languages.
Oh, Wesley.
Thanks for his kind words yesterday. I've always been a big fan of Veselin, and he and his friend manager Silvio Danilo has always been very encouraging and positive to me all these years. So I really appreciate that, and it's a big honor to be playing alongside legends such as Veselin and also Vichy Anand. I think I first heard about Veselin in the 1995 Olympiad when I'm pretty sure it's 1995, but his rating jumped from 2700 to 2750, and it's a worldwide phenomenon. And also he's played tons of beautiful games. Some of the most inspiring games I've seen come from him, like his victory over Garry Kasparov, Linares 2005, and also his game against Kasim Sanov in the same tournament. That was such a beautiful game. Also his game against Vladimir Kramnik in Chorus 2008, Knight takes up 7, the semi-Slav. It was inspiring for so many people. Also, many other games in the Queen's Indian, like against Vichy and also against Ponomaryov, were some of the most beautiful games I've seen. And his performance also in the San Luis in 2005 was a big inspiration to me. And so just thank you, Veselin, and such a big honor playing alongside with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
You must have lost a bet, no? Like, go to the confessional and name all the Topalov games you can think of.
It was a bit surprising. I thought he was going to comment about his game, but maybe he's kind of psyching himself up, because if we're going to take a look at the position that he has against Anish, to me...
Why are you thinking my position is a draw anyway?
Exactly.
Like, nothing to think
Let
about.
me psych
Might as well
myself up.
praise Veselin for 10 minutes.
Exactly. But also, maybe he's taking inspiration from Veselin. He's saying, right, mentally, I'm at the Armageddon stage. Who do I admire most? Topalov. Recall his greatest games. The rooks are going to come off the board. There you go. And
But we like to mock. But that's why I said Wesley is so nice. He goes to the confessional and he just praises one of his rivals in this tournament for minutes and making it clear. He studied their games. I was surprised. He said the first time he was became aware of Wesley was in 1995. How old is Wesley? He's born in like 94.
yeah, I was a bit surprised at that. But
It doesn't add up.
It doesn't add up to me, and my maths is bad as well. But then I thought maybe Wesley's older than he lets on.
Wesley's like 27, 28.
And the players just blitzing out the moves. They know what's happening.
Yeah, this
4
is a draw.
pawns against 4 pawns and a rook. A piece. It's nothing but a draw, and that's it. We are going to see an Armageddon game. So this game might have been very accurate, very perfect. What we're going to see next is going to be a full-fledged fight.
Those are the games you love to see. Perfection from both sides, no mistakes. And unfortunately, it's a draw. But what a clash it was. Moving on to the Armageddon. I checked. Wesley was born in 1993. So at the age of 2, he was told about Wesley and Topalov.
Incredible.
That's very early.
That's very early.
My son is 2. He doesn't know anything about Wesley.
Well, that's maybe
It's time.
a reflection on you, Jan, as opposed to your son. Maybe it's now time to kind of bring out my great predecessors and start teaching him.
But Wesley, he's a successor. I don't think he's in there. Probably he's in there anyway. Wesley, that's the game Wesley mentioned. No, he won the last tournament game of Kasparov's career. He beat Kasparov in Linares in the last round.
Okay.
When was it? 05?
Yeah.
04, 05?
Yeah, it was roughly around then.
Anyway, we have the Armageddon coming up here We'll go on a brief break and then be back with hopefully another flawless game. I hope the level of play doesn't drop in the Armageddon between Wesley and Anish.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome back to all the action of round 3 of Norway Chess, and we've had our first result of the day. It's been a draw between Anish Giri and Wesley So, and they will be playing the Armageddon game in 5 minutes. In the meantime, we have some time, and maybe we'll revisit Ariane Tari against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because, well, things look like they were pretty interesting.
The pawn is hanging.
The pawn is hanging. Yeah.
Maxime, your pawn.
What's happening? I didn't notice that, actually. I was just looking at that knight and thinking about how it can go towards the g7. But well, this one requires calculation. What's his idea? Knight takes pawn. Presumably, his idea is to...
I am take it. You want to know? Yes, he wants 96.
Yeah, 96, and then put it
around.
to g4. Doesn't look that scary to me, though. I mean,
No, the thing is, this knight could get stuck, so f5 looks natural, but then the poor guy doesn't have anywhere to go. So f5 is not it. If we return, knight f5, let's say.
but maybe there's knight takes pawn, or pawn takes pawn,
That is...
and try and say, hey, bishop pair.
Yeah, but
Doesn't seem that much, to be honest, though.
that needs to be some specific follow-up, which I don't yet spot. What does he have in mind? Can you just exchange everything?
Queen takes pawn.
Yeah, gotta take here first to avoid
Yeah.
this unpleasantness.
Yeah, that would be a sting in the tail. So rook takes rook.
This looks fine for black. I have no idea
Yeah,
how
Okay.
we got here.
that was a little bit long. So let's go back and work up. Knight takes
Yeah, 96.
96.
Looks normal, and knight f5 was maybe a bit too simplistic, because at the end of all these lines, this pawn is dropping.
But okay, could you kind of play pawn takes pawn,
Yep.
bishop takes, and now put the knight on f5?
That looks better. Can black be subtle? Nah. 94 queen g3 doesn't do much, does it?
No, yeah.
So takes, knight here. Now maybe we take here, and there's some problems. Maxime is trying to mix it. But yeah, surprising solution. Looks, at first sight at least, like black has enough activity here. I don't know, there's gotta be a better move for white, but nothing easy. Maybe bishop e3.
Yeah, but then doesn't this pawn takes pawn?
Takes. It's too complicated, Maxime.
It is very complicated, but we like this because it allows us a chance to sit down, work it out, because we get to move the pieces. I read an interesting story actually about Mark Taimanov. When he qualified to play Bobby Fischer in that quarterfinals, he asked his old mentor, Bob Winnick, hey, how should I prepare against such an unknown talent? And Bob Winnick said, okay, you've got to play not one grandmaster, but two grandmasters. And these two grandmasters should be playing in a separate room. They should be allowed to consult with each other. They should have access to all the opening books and in-game manuals. And they should be allowed to move the pieces around on the board. He says, if you do this, then you will be a match for Bobby Fischer. So he did this. He won one game, lost two, and drew the rest. And he lost to Fischer 6-0.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I thought about this, but just because we were allowed to move the pieces. There you go. That's how my mind works. It's a bit random.
It's a good story. So Botvinnik's advice was priceless.
It was priceless. It was indeed priceless, and it proved to be very helpful, right? But okay, we're kind of nearing. We are nearing the Armageddon game.
Arjan is saying, I don't want any part of your madness, Maxime. I'll just play G3. Weird move, if you ask me. Maybe in some lines, but I don't even see in what lines. He wants to recapture with a pawn on F4, but also weaken some light squares. I don't get this G3 move. Oh, the Armageddon's on.
It's actually started, so we've got a dash there. Yeah.
Good old Berlin. Seems like the trend is in the classical you play D4, make a draw, and then in the must-win you switch to E4. So it's changed a bit, that E4 is now the default move for getting a game. You see, we saw Wesley do the same against Magnus yesterday. And Wesley plays the most solid of chess openings.
Yeah, because after all, he only needs a draw. And we've kind of had a very interesting statistic in this type of position, or not in this type of position, in this Armageddon, is that, well, black has been struggling. White has been winning the vast majority of games. Only Anish managed to score with the black pieces. So Wesley needs to break the trend.
There's also the Wesley trend, though, that he's winning all his mini matches.
That's
so
true.
There is competing statistics at work here. Wesley plays the Berlin Wall, named, of course, after former correspondence world champion Hans Berliner, who invented this. That's a lie, I guess. I don't know why it's called Berlin Wall.
It sounded a bit suspect, a bit like Mr. Van Winkle and the Knight Stable.
Who's Mr. Van Winkle?
Oh, he wrote a very good book on chess and fishing.
Ah, okay. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's a very
Chess
rare
and
book.
fishing.
Chess and fishing, yeah. He talks about the knight being unstable.
And what fishing lessons can you learn from the knight?
It was a joke that Simon and Erwin Lamy cooked up on the champions just to. They were like, yeah, David will believe you. Okay, yes. And I was like, Van Winkle. Anyway, so things are heating up nicely. Both sides are staking out their territory. And looking at the clock times, Wesley, good use of the clock. He is just under 6 minutes, whilst Anish is just over 8 minutes.
Yeah, fairly standard structure for this line, where white decides to take here and then play a slow maneuvering game. Black has the bishops, but this bishop in particular often struggles to find a role. And Wesley did find a useful job for it, sitting on a6, controlling this square. which usually means that black solved his problems. Now Anish goes f4, as you do. He takes f, and queen to d7. I don't know. Black looks very solid, but I'm always slightly concerned here with black in these structures. Knight d2 back, he doesn't want to allow the exchange.
It almost feels like a Rossolimo, if you ask me. It's kind of got the same pawn structure. And there it always felt like it was quite nice. Once f4 came on the board, a very simple plan, swap off dark squared bishops, double on the f line.
Yeah. In the Rossolimo, the pawns are on c5 and c6, so sometimes there are more targets over here, but the nature of the play is very similar. Of course, bishop g7 hinting at f5. White takes knight f3. Here once again, the whole white plan in these lines is try to make this bishop inefficient. Of course, it might still break free, like some f5 later, but f5 also weakens squares. So a slow approach here by the Dutch number one.
Queen d2, bishop h6 threatened.
Yeah.
Ish.
Threatened-ish. G5 pairing-ish. But is there... No, there's no bishop takes.
No, but maybe there's... Okay, well...
Nice move. Wesley is trying to restrict the white dark squared bishop, and then in the distant future he could think about h6 for somewhere f5.
f5, right?
Try to free his guys.
Okay, so now it's probably time for Anish to think about maneuvering his knight to a better square. Because, you know, there's been some squares conceded by Wesley. I'm thinking of that f5 square.
Yeah, hard to get there.
Okay, the knight needs to get to g3. Yeah, it will take some time.
Somewhere f5 will happen along that unexpected journey.
What's he doing?
Wesley's doing fine.
Queen f2.
Queen f2, h6.
So h6.
Yeah. h6 plate. He's too strong. h4, trying to fight against f5.
g4 on the board. Okay, and
g4, it's heating up. G4,
it is heating, but now he can't go.
G4 is a bit committal, but I guess he wants to follow it up with f5.
Yeah.
Still, g4 is a risky strategic decision.
Where to put the knight? Should you therefore put the knight on h2 with the idea of meeting?
d2 looks more natural.
d2
to me.
definitely looks more natural, but I was a little bit concerned about f5, and so I was trying to get ready for that.
So on the board, knight d2, f5.
And queen g3.
Yeah.
Queen
stepping
g3.
out the f-file.
Step out of the f line, meet the bishop e5 with bishop f4, and Wesley just under 4.5 minutes. And actually it's Anish who's playing very slowly because he is only on around 5 minutes. So it's burning time on the clock.
I wonder if he can go e5, but I guess no. And f4 is an issue, so it will be tough to keep the position closed.
Oh, he's
Looks
reaching
like
for
Wesley's fine. Burning time here.
He is. Okay, but does e4... I didn't think about e5, but...
Well, it doesn't work.
It could be. Okay, now Anish has less time than Wesley.
Gotta make a move.
He does
but he's
have to
also
make
not
a move.
better, so it does look like Wesley's currently a favorite to take this one.
Yeah, but he has to play it practically. You know, you can take the pawn, move the queen. He has to make some moves. I mean,
He's just not gonna win if like all these pieces disappear.
yeah.
Bishop, I don't know.
Well, not now, especially because he's under. with the clock. I mean, the one advantage he could have done was kind of try to hustle is what I wanted to say. Wesley on clock time, but nope.
4 minutes 40. Wesley can make a lot of moves. He's played very quickly.
He has. He's moved 26.
And he's just reaching for the queen. Goes queen g3. But it leads to the same sort of structure. We're now the black bishop. The black light square bishop does find a role to play. It looks like Wesley's doing just fine. F takes e, bishop f4. What is this?
Well, he was afraid of the bishop coming to e5, so I think this is just a move. But I mean, is there anything concrete now? Is there?
e3 is tempting. If rook takes bishop d4.
It's on the board. On the board.
Guess he has to take
And up
with
the
the
bishop takes.
No, he reaches for the knight. Knight e4. Bishop b7. Wesley's in control. You still can't take because of bishop d4. Now, as mentioned, this bishop finally has a role to play.
Yeah.
Nope. Anish is not going to win this one.
No, he's sadly not.
King h2, it's sad. King h1, sad move to play. Bishop e4 already works. Guess he wants rook e3, but then worst case scenario is bishop g2.
Okay.
Can't figure out if there's anything
Bishop
even
takes
stronger.
g2.
But yeah,
Looks good.
White couldn't put the king on h2 because then there were all these rook takes f4, bishop e5 tactics. So you have to go here, allowing this check. Now he's just a pawn down with an open king.
Queen.
Queen
Okay, the queen can
F5
step
or
up to
wherever.
f5. Put some pressure on the dark square bishop. Okay, but maybe there's no hope whatsoever. I mean, you have to step up to protect the bishop because queen f1 is coming if the bishop clears its way. Queen f5
Black only needs a draw. I don't think there's much hope for Anish
gives a
here.
check.
Goes queen c6, also fine. King h2, h5. Just a solid pawn up.
And well, still the players are not playing on increments, so there's still 5 moves for things to go slightly wrong. After that, Wesley can gain that very important 1 second per move.
Do you think he'll manage to reach move 40 with the
With
3.5 minutes for 5 moves? I think
I
he's going to make
think
it.
so. I think he might make it, but you never know. We've seen stranger things happen.
I have not. Queen e1. King h7, Wesley. Get out the way.
Yeah.
Any move works.
But then you
Queen
can
f5.
go, I guess his idea would be probably just go bishop g3 and get in the defensive formation and try to keep the game alive. That's something that we have noticed, that, you know, as long as you keep the game alive, as long as you don't give your opponent a forced draw, still chances. There's still hope.
I don't see any
I have to
chances
believe.
or hope.
Okay, well, bishop f8 is a nice move. Threatening bishop d6, and Anish's position is going to start crumbling soon. Okay, he moves the king to g1.
Yeah, it's not so much that he's lost even, it's just that there are 0 winning chances unless Wesley blunders something major, which
Yeah.
we haven't seen Wesley do much. Bishop d6. Sorry, Anish. Wesley looks up at the score sheet where he can see how far away move 40 is.
Yep, he's just a few moves away.
Takes. Both recaptures look fine.
Anything goes. I would take with the queen. What would you take? And
Yeah. Wesley
Wesley.
agrees.
Yeah. And probably the best thing to do is just move the rook to e6 or something.
There's just no winning chances anywhere. And queen f4, queen d4.
Rook e5, anything. Nothing. Rook
Nah,
e5.
sorry, there's just zero intrigue left here. Wesley's a pawn up, has the better king, is a minute ahead on the clock. If he doesn't blunder his queen, he'll be fine.
King g7. I'm trying. I mean, the best thing I can see is that you got to keep the queens on and maybe try for rook e5 and I don't know. Pray a little bit for some miracle.
Praying against Wesley is not going to help either.
No, it won't help you. But small things.
No, the problem is black can always force a draw whenever he wants. He doesn't have to, obviously, but he could.
Yeah.
So yeah, they got this rook ending where Anish is a pawn down.
Okay.
Winning chances are limited. I guess they will repeat because Wesley's a gentleman. Rook g5, king h6, rook e5. He doesn't need this victory. Draw will suffice.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I don't know
That's
if that
it.
was a move repetition or resignation. No, it was a move repetition.
That was a move repetition, and game has ended in draw, and that means only one thing, that Wesley has won the Armageddon game and takes 1.5 points. Anish, well, he does have the commiseration prize of winning 1 point. It's not that much in it, though.
No, spirited debate here, but yeah, Wesley just looks strong. He's always been well prepared, very hard to shake if you don't catch him in the opening, which is incredibly tough. And yeah, just played solid strategic game, didn't really give Anish any chances. Looking good, Mr. So.
I was really impressed by some of those maneuvers. I really liked his g5 move. I was restraining the dark square bishop because I was thinking at that precise minute that maybe Anish had some chances, but Wesley, full control. And returning to the playing hall, we see that everyone is now back in the classical frame of mind, playing chess a little bit more slowly. How is things going with Arian?
What's going on with his g-pawn? He went g4. There was a malfunction earlier. His move g3 looked so strange here. g4 makes more sense. Maybe threatening g5. I don't know. It's too complicated for me.
Yeah. That's what makes chess fun. It's difficult.
Yeah.
Just
What's
when you
more
think,
fun than difficult stuff
yeah,
you can't understand?
but this is the thing. Actually, your brain learns from difficult things, and if you get it 80% right and 20% wrong, you start to get better with your grain matter. Apparently, that wasn't very eloquently put, but it's how you learn. Apparently, you test yourself, you get it wrong, you learn.
So how do you get it 80% right?
Well, I go onto Chessable, and I make sure that whenever I do this move trainer thing, that I'm 80% right.
Oh, I see.
And then I test myself. I come up with stories. It's very difficult to remember everything. And but I do like the way Arian's playing. It appeals to my caveman instincts. The bishop has to retreat, obviously, and then, well, we've pushed one pawn. Why not go for another pawn?
But pawns never move back.
Yeah, but they're not my pawns. I don't have to have that worry.
Let's see if Arian agrees. h4 at least would threaten to take here, then go f5, grabbing even more space. But it looks like Maxime cunningly with his knight c7, offering up the d6 pawn. Has solved most of his problems because the knight on e8 was a bit passive. Well, this bishop being back on e7, okay. It's not that tempting, but the white position has also been weakened. f6 is there, knight d4 taking here. I think Maxime did this well. g4, g5, yeah, very risky decision by Tari. We've seen him play very solidly so far with the black pieces. Here he's pushing it.
Yeah, but I mean, I was a little bit worried. The reason why I did suggest h4 wasn't just because I was a little bit worried that pawn takes pawn might be a real threat.
For sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what else he could do. Could take on e5. Yeah, that's he did take on e5.
Yeah.
Also doesn't look that great.
It doesn't look that great. I mean, now there's choice on the board. Okay, so you can capture on e5, but you can also capture on g5.
Yeah, I guess he will just recapture.
Yeah.
Taking on g5, then the pawn on. Oops, sorry. The pawn on d6. He doesn't want to give. So takes, but now white lost a lot of his dynamic potential with the pawn. The black pawns look somewhat ugly, but they also control lots of important squares. No, I think Maxime's doing well. We know what a dangerous tactician he is. So this open king, especially if it's got h4 as well, could always backfire.
Yeah, I was worried about that, and then you put it on the board, f6. Yeah. Yeah, somehow maybe the position is a little bit loose. White's knight on c3 really needs to be working its magic on the king side.
Yeah.
Queen g3 maybe?
Could be. But that's how you learn, right? If you draw 80% of the games and lose 20%, then next time...
Your rating goes down though.
Well, it depends. But I think for Arya, drawing 80%, losing 20%, he wins rating.
Yeah.
I can't do the math, but
No.
I would guess it's in that neighborhood. And we see the guy who won yet another Armageddon approaching. So we'll be right back with Wesley So joining us again.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hi, and we're back, and this time we have with us Wesley So, who has just defeated Anish Giri in his Armageddon game.
Yeah.
And how was it?
Yeah, first, thanks again for having me, guys. I guess
Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Must be well, I don't know actually what Anish had planned. Like, I look at his games before, and I also look at his classical games in the Berlin in the Grand Prix this year, and I thought that he usually sticks to the same opening that he plays the first time. Like in Berlin, also I think in Serbia he played e4 almost all his games. So I thought today he would play the Catalan as he played the first round, or he would go for the slow Italian because he made a chessable course out of it. So I was really surprised when he played the Nimzo, especially Queen C2. My mom thought actually that Anish might head for the Armageddon because he won 2 Armageddon games today, but I wasn't sure what Anish hoped for today because I also have played this Queen C2 Nimzo so many times, and I actually look at this exact line like 15 times in my life. So also I think this knight e5 was still part of preparation. Yeah, so actually I was really surprised when he went for this, but when he played this line, I thought he would go h4 something, the Kasparov variation, instead of bishop g5. I think Hikaru Nakamura played h4 here recently.
But I was curious, did he play it even here? Because I thought starting with his b6,
Yeah.
Kasparov played it here, maybe after b6, h4. You have some other options. But
I don't think there's much difference though.
no, you can still do it.
Right? I think maybe black, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. Because then otherwise everyone would play b6 and avoid this. So I actually thought that's one Anish idea. Like black has a few ways to equalize, but I couldn't remember much. But yeah, this main line with bishop g5.
But what he did is more or less a memory test, no? Like, as you said, everyone has probably looked at this line with both colors many times, and then you have to recall with black and you were fine. No.
Yeah, I think also I played this last year, both colors. Also, I used to work with Jeffrey Xiong. He plays this with white regularly. And also Ding Liren defends this very comfortably with black. So it's actually very well known. But yeah, also I'd look at this line as a drawing weapon for white so many times. But I'm surprised Anish started thinking after knight e5. Yeah, I think instead of rook b8, I could also play knight e5 first, but maybe knight e5 first is not as accurate because white can take, and then rook c4, and then just claim slightly better position. So it's hard to say, but I think from what I remember, my analysis after rook b8, b4, knight e5, I think you probably know this, but like if b6, no, knight e5, so in the game knight e5, rook e5.
Yeah, we were looking at this, but the rooks are just stopping the pawn here, so that's
yeah,
not
and they
much
have
to
to
hope for.
take queen c4, rook b2, king e1. And I actually think black has to be a bit accurate here, like you have to play rook f5 or something, c6, rook f2, c7, rook g2.
Ah, that's cute.
Queen, king g7. So I wasn't sure if Anish prepared this funny line.
Oh, this I haven't seen.
Oh, but then I started thinking. So yeah, I mean, I thought we were gonna go for this, but also I was quite nervous. Like you know, as you say, it's a memory test, so I could easily forget something. But fortunately, I didn't. I think.
And then in the Armageddon, seems to be a new trend. No, you play d4 in the classical and then e4 if you need to win in the Armageddon. Because it used to be the other way around. When you were fine with the draw, you would start e4, but now it has changed again.
Yeah, definitely. There are a lot more aggressive setups because at the very least you can keep playing this position. Yeah, I think it's not a bad choice. What Anish played here, I don't know. I thought, yeah, I mean it's not a bad choice. I thought he had better. He could also play different setups. But I wasn't expecting this. I really thought he would play the Catalan today. So, but
So in these lines, it's always tough to find anything to do for this light square bishop here, and then when you freed it, you were winning directly. But
Oh, that yeah. Yeah, that's there. Also, the question is whether you should take or e3 or not. Play bishop f8. It's always very confusing. I mean, it's a difficult position to play for both sides. Actually, when I played bishop a6, I wasn't sure if I'm threatening to take on d3. Like, let's say he plays f4. Probably I am. Knight d3. And then knight c1, queen c3. So, it's not a bluff. But, yeah, it's hard to say. These positions are very difficult to play for both sides. Like, Fabiano used to play this a lot.
Here I'm always confused. I don't know if here, but usually computers are saying you can take on c4 and you're just fine, but it always feels like it's a little unpleasant. I don't know.
Yeah, computer always says take on c4, then queen d7, b5.
Yeah, never mind this. Feels strange.
Probably Firozja would take on c4 and take on d3. Huh? Or I'm pretty sure Firozja would like take on d3.
Wow. Yeah.
Like here maybe, huh? Like maybe it's not so bad, huh? Knight d3 here. Or maybe it is bad.
Oof.
But you get 3 pawns. Queen d1. So.
Not what you want in an Armageddon where it draws enough.
Oh yeah, right, yeah. Yeah.
Then in the game, did you feel you had any chances? It looked like you were just slowly solving all the problems, no?
I mean, I was
C5, G5.
I was just very happy with my time management. I didn't think. I mean, I thought white could be better if I didn't play carefully. But also very easy for white to get worse. But here, I think G5. I wasn't sure if it's a good move. I mean, I don't really know what the computer thinks of this position. But I thought, Anish and I thought after the game that after G5, H3 is very strong.
That's my move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because H4, G4 is bad, yeah? So, but I think H3 is good.
Yeah, that's what it says, but it says equal. Rook A8, H6, 0, 11, like it's not concerned.
It's not, yeah, so, because here, white can play G4.
And just lock it all down.
Yeah.
Were you, at this point, I think it was around about here where he started using up a lot of time on the clock. Did you feel quite confident that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we both kept looking at the move number to see which. But I mean, time is the most important thing, I guess, in the Armageddon.
Yeah.
Because he started with 3 minutes up on the clock, but somewhere around this point, I started evening it out.
Yeah, you're very good time management.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't get jinxed.
Take it back. I take it back.
but so far, so good. I mean, I just came from a Blitz tournament in Poland, and I think here I'm playing much better Blitz than over there. That tournament I only scored +1. Meanwhile, Fabiano scored +10. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks principled. Computer doesn't mind it for black. It says black is slightly better in some position like this, but this looks more critical. If white has to win, no, because in the game.
Yeah, because bishop on G7. But I guess white always has to watch out for bishop sacrifices on D3 or E4. So. Yeah, I guess it's probably close to. It's very difficult for white to break through and win.
Yeah.
Okay, E1. Yeah. I don't know. Do you play the Berlins?
I don't really understand these structures, so I play the Marshall, but I'm always worried they take on C6 anyway, and I have to play the same stupid structure. But
yeah.
I think psychologically it's tougher because the bishop already took one step back, so I always hope after bishop A4 they won't take on C6 later. Don't tell anyone.
Yeah, delayed, yeah.
Yeah. And you mentioned that your mum had said earlier on that you thought that, or she thought that Anish Giri would be taking it to Armageddon.
Yeah.
So did you prepare for Armageddon? Did you have like a strategy in mind? Oh.
No, not really. I mean, my main focus is classical chess. If the Armageddon comes, it comes, but I don't really look that far ahead. Also, generally, in these top-level tournaments, if you're black, you're just trying to mostly survive the opening preparation these days. So I wasn't sure what Anish had in mind, but I thought it was a possibility because he won 2 Armageddon games quite convincingly. But I didn't expect it. Also, he's one of the best theoretically prepared players in the world. So with the white pieces, you definitely have a good chance to try. But I mean, it could have worked. Like Grishchuk against me, 2019, he made the quick draw in a classical game, and he tried hard in the Armageddon. So it could easily have worked.
And just curious, you have 20 minutes after the classical game finished to Armageddon. How do you prepare? Or do you go outside, get some Norwegian fresh cold air? Or do you just...
Norway is one of the cleanest countries in the world, and we absolutely love it here. But most important, I guess, is to remove all the tension from your brain. Try to play well. Get some fresh air, but just try to arrive to the board in a good mood. Try to be happy. Because if you tense up too much, then your brain stops working. It's worked well so far.
Yeah, and well, the burning question is, what kind of music do you listen to? We were discussing it on the first day, and the chat has reminded us, they really want to know, do you like the classics?
Yeah, I actually have a funny story. So when I was young, I was studying chess during the weekends, and we'd have the radio on, and it would always play old music, like songs from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. So I think I pretty much know all the old classics. I also have an Amazon Music account, so I listen to a lot of things. But generally, my preference is pop at the moment. Also, classic artists like Carpenters.
Carpenters.
Do you have like a song if you need to get into an aggressive mood before a chess game? Some song to pump you up, like.
It used to be one of Eminem's songs.
Oh, okay.
Which one?
Till I Collapse.
That's a great song. That's one of my favorite pump up music as well.
Yeah, I think I generally don't like rap songs, but Eminem's just amazing. I think he's the best. I mean, he's one of a kind. So he's got very good songs. Also, I saw it from Hans Niemann's stream. Once he loses a game, he tends to always. I like the classics. Let me think. I like the artist Bread. I listen to them a lot. The Carpenters, Scorpions. The Beatles are very good, although my sister doesn't like them.
They're a mixed bundle for me. I like some things, and then I'm like, come on, Yellow Submarine, what is that? But
Something is very beautiful.
Yeah, some very beautiful.
No, the song Something.
Okay.
I'm an idiot. I just listen to very stupid rap, but not Eminem, like with smart lyrics. Like I can introduce you to Migos, MOP, just complete nonsense that completely cleans your brain of any distractions. Like it's probably not good advice. I think it makes me dumber.
I find the old songs in the 60s and the 70s very beautiful.
That sounds like a better choice.
They have great lyrics.
We have another question, because we saw you went to the confessional when your position already looked quite drawish, and you gave a very very nice tribute to Wesley in here. You mentioned many of his games, but I spotted one thing that I don't believe. You said you first heard of Wesley in 1995, but you were born in 1993. We did the research. That can't be right.
What I mean is that's the very first tournament where he came.
The game where in the tournament where he broke through. Okay, that makes more sense.
Some players learn chess at 2, huh? I'm sure.
I was wondering. It's time to teach my son his 2 about Wesley.
But I definitely consider Wesley one of the classic all-time greats. I mean, I don't know where Peter Hein put him in the top 50 greatest chess players.
I'm not sure. We have to look it up. I guess around 15, 16, but I'm not sure.
16, huh? Yeah, so it's pretty. I mean, probably. So Kasparov, Karpov, I guess, Vichy, Kramnik. Those are the recent players that are all.
Well, Magnus.
Yeah. But Magnus hasn't hit his. Maybe he hasn't hit his prime yet.
Interesting. So do you think his 2,900 goal is still in play?
Yeah, I think he can try. Maybe it's also impossible, but I think he can go back to 2880.
Okay.
Yeah, 2880 is doable.
Wow. I'm wondering, no, there's not much more to ask about the Armageddon. It just, once you got this h6, f5, that was not much for him to hope for.
Yeah, he had to play h3, g4. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think time played a huge factor here. Like he
it was
almost
down to 1 minute.
He almost blundered here with e5, f4 also.
So, while we have you here, quick opinion: does Magnus have winning chances? He's a pawn up still. King f1.
King f1. No?
Tell you, a computer gives him 0.75, so some chances.
Yeah, I guess definitely this position is harder to play than it looks for for black, because the b pawn is very hard to capture. I'm actually not sure why everyone's going for this line.
No, it's such a, we were talking about, it's such a big memory test for black as well, no? Because if you don't know exactly, you have to be ready for so many different options. And you won a nice game against Nepomniachtchi, where he also had to suffer. I guess he mixed something up.
Yeah.
So computer, of course, holds every line like everywhere, but it seems like you have to know so much, and even then you have to defend something. I was surprised.
Yeah, you kind of have to defend. I was looking at some games from this line the other day. In one line, black trades queens, and then the b pawn remains alive, but he somehow holds the door by playing f5, king f7, g5. But I don't see why black is willing to suffer the entire game.
Yeah. Here, knight ec5, the computer doesn't like. I guess the main lines are knight b4 or knight ac5, but still, even many positions, computer says 0.20 or whatever, but why still has this extra b pawn? So yeah, it's a tough line to play.
Yeah, I assume this was what Ian Nepomniachtchi prepared for the World Championship match.
Yeah.
But
There, Magnus probably trusted him and said, okay, let's try to surprise first, but he didn't feel like repeating this one, of course.
Yeah, I actually thought black has many different lines. Like after a4, b4 is what correspondence players play these days. Yeah, there, or c6, knight c4, queen d4 also.
Oh yeah, even that is true.
But it's all a matter of preference, really, because some players want a more exciting position with white. Meanwhile, some players, like me or Anish, we're happy with the extra pawn. And also with black, you have to kind of suffer for a long time trying to make a draw. So I really don't understand why everyone's playing this. I mean, of course, black has very good chances to draw, but I notice guys like Dingler, and they have won some games in this line. So it's definitely a fight. We'll see if Taymor holds, huh? Like, he should fight hard for the survival of this variation.
Yeah. Well, also, it's down to 26 minutes. It's only moved 22. Magnus still has an hour. Still a lot of work to do.
Rook yeah, also white always has move bishop g5 or in his agenda sooner or later. So maybe black has to spend a tempo playing h6 later on. I mean, the knights look nice on b4 and c5, but there's no way to regain the pawn.
Yeah. Speaking of an hour, we've kept you long enough. Thank you so much for joining us and for being so generous with also sharing knowledge. It's really much appreciated. Thanks a lot, Wesley So.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks
a lot.
Thank you very much.
if, and I mean if because it's not done yet, so if I win this game, I must have some advantage. I have to give a shout out to my king Jules Moussin, who told me before the game to stop fooling around against bishop b5 check, start winning some games, because he really wants to see some knight offs. So he wants people to stop playing bishop b5 against me. So if I win, this is also your win, Jules.
Yeah, you heard that there. And words from MVL, stop fooling around. Don't play the bishop b5 check against him. He wants to see some knight off. And well, it does look like things are going really well for the Frenchman. Take a look at his position. Looks like a dream.
Yeah, he's trying to send a message to the bishop b5 players out there. I'm not sure the opening was to blame, but he certainly did a good job managing to mix it up today, and now it looks like he's winning. The queen will sidestep, then bishop h3 is in the air, rook f6, rook g6. The f-pawn can lunge forward whenever it wants to. It looks lost for Tari.
Yeah.
And Maxime here, so he didn't want to jinx himself, but he sounded fairly confident he's going to win this one, didn't he?
Yeah, I have to say, the only chance that Ariane has is if Maxime swaps of queens.
Yeah,
but there's no way that's going to happen. If it happens, my name is not Jovanka, it's something else.
Ooh. What would it be?
I don't know. Just be anything else. It just goes against all the rules for Maxime to think about swapping of queens, because, you know, White's king is in danger, it has no cover. The rule is keep the queens on the board and start attacking.
And he followed the rule.
Yes.
Also opposite color bishops, which tend to help the attacker, because obviously black has more pieces to use on the light squares. Now it just looks hopeless for Arjan. I also don't think the position holds many secrets for Maxime. Nah, he's just going to win.
I agree.
Let's see if any other potential winners. Magnus is still sitting there with his extra pawn. Nothing is going to happen anytime soon, but Rajabov also has not equalized. He has not managed to get this pawn back. So, long grind ahead of us.
Yeah. And talking about extra pawn, someone else has an extra pawn.
Vichy.
And that's Vichy. He, it's not much of an extra pawn, but it is something.
It does count.
So,
How, after some adventures, he tried to break free. Vichy said, okay, thank you, I'll take it. Rook b1, queen c5, and Wang Hao is arguing, maybe rightly so, that he has enough activity to regain the pawn if the queens were exchanged. There's no way for White to keep it all. So maybe just barely able to hold this. I'm wondering if there's any tries for Anand.
well, there could be some based on a B pawn. So maybe if the move I really want to play is queen f6, because this is the dream location for the queen. And I'm trying to argue that after bishop takes. No, I can't put I was going to argue, yeah, take with the pawn.
Yeah, I was wondering if takes, let's say takes, and rook back. It looks like black is in time.
Yeah.
Here, and then we just push the a-pawn and make a draw.
Exactly. So that's not going to be so successful. So in that case, the queen can't go to f6, so it has to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I think it's the same story wherever it goes. Black just takes and takes here, unless some.
But if somehow the queens can remain on the board, so say for instance you drop it back to queen f4.
Okay, let's try the same.
Yeah. And now.
There's no threat. Maybe you can go b6.
Right. Let's go b6 now. Let's try to maximize White's advantage.
Feels like black should still be in time somehow. Hitting the rook. Wondering how to do it. Queen c2, let's say. Guess it's still enough to hang in there. Queen will get behind the b pawn, but barely.
Yeah. It's just about hanging on, and instead of b5, is it possible to maybe say take some time out and go h4? I'm just suggesting this move for fun. Could also be h3.
Yeah, still feels like black is active enough. I don't know, queen d3.
Yeah, playing the role of spoiler all the time. Yeah. Okay. So, conclusion is?
Should be a draw.
Should be also a draw. White's extra pawn doesn't count for that much.
Unless we're missing something we can check with our friend the computer. No, the computer friend agrees. It does give this line, which doesn't look very threatening, but at least white emerges with an extra pawn here. Now that's probably the best try. And now g3 or whatnot. This is a theoretical draw, but white is a pawn up, and you can at least check if Wang Hao will manage. So, yeah, okay, you can try this, or not sure it was forced, but at the very least it's not a direct draw.
Yeah. Yeah, somehow that endgame feels like it's been played many, many times before, and black's strategy is good. You know, get the rooks behind the passed pawn, wait, and there's only so far that white can go.
Yeah, it is a draw, but still, I'm not sure how comfortable Wang Hao would be going for this. I'm sure he knows it's a draw, but this has been lost in practice as well, so it looks like at the very least it's Vichy's best chance, but draw is a big favorite.
Okay.
Just sits here, king g7, h5, and if this king runs over to help, you try to grab one of these pawns, build a pass on the king side. What has he done? Queen e1. Yeah, it's headed down that road now. Takes, rook takes, queen c3. Looks plausible. And we'd get that position. All right, Vichy with some micro chances in the rook ending.
Yep. And okay, let's revisit our old friends Vachier-Lagrave against Topalov.
Yeah, we haven't kept track of the action here. A lot of moves have been played. Bishop to c5, using this pin before white consolidates. Nice little trick. f4, opening this bishop, but also boxing in the other bishop. Can't have it all. And now the black position looks reasonably sound with this bishop not being able to break out. Machier forces the issue, gives up the d4 pawn for activity. True to his style. But now he had nothing better than to give up his bishops, regain the pawn. He will try to put a little pressure here. But it still feels equal. b5, b4 maybe. Should be tenable. I'm not sure what he has in mind after b5.
I guess you have to drop the knight back.
Jump and maybe keep the a pawn if possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game still continues. He's going to try to ask some questions.
Not so easy. Definitely feels like Shaq is the one playing. I mean, one of the things that I always judge this position by is like how well the pawns can move, and black's pawns are stuck. Black's pawns on the king side, totally stuck. And
but how well can the white pawns move?
well, they will take time. But you know, time is what white has. So I'm just thinking, okay, so if you put it on the light square, then of course you can go bishop e2 and start pouncing on it. If black keeps it on b6, Can he do that? He's forced to push it forward, right?
No, I guess he could go.
He could go knight d7. But then, you know, he puts his pieces on a rather passive location, and you can still, again, control the pawn and just start to work your way up the board. I don't know, maybe some b4s, and king goes to b2, king goes to b3. I don't know whether rook should be traded. I think not.
Yeah, some chances for Mamedyarov. Excellent endgame player too. That's one of his big skills, converting middle games into promising endgames. He has a very good feel for that. More people think of him more as an attacker. He's also a ruthless technician. So Topalov not out of the woods yet, although his position doesn't look too bad, but it's unpleasant. The knight goes here. This bishop will regroup. And yeah, I thought b5, b4 just solved the problems, but this 8 pawn staying alive is actually very unpleasant. Such a powerful pawn.
Yeah, and the white king can come in at the right time. Everything has to be done with time, but...
Time is a flat circle, so he does have time.
Oh, that sounds very clever.
True detective, a lot of wisdom.
True detective? Which one?
Season 1, that's...
With Matthew McConaughey?
Yeah, I don't remember much, but I think he was explaining that time was a flat circle.
Uh-huh. No, I don't remember anything about that one, but I watched it. So time well spent, clearly.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Season 2 was terrible.
I don't remember. I'm sure I watched it too. Don't remember a thing about it. Isn't it funny how you can watch like 10 hours of something and just be none the wiser as to who the cast members were, what the plot was? Yeah, well, maybe it's just me.
Yeah. Speak for yourself. I recall all the cast members. Woody Harrelson is in there.
But he was in season 1, right?
Ah, yeah. Are we talking season 2?
Yeah, season 2.
Vince Vaughn is in there. Colin Farrell. Still horrible.
Yeah, vaguely. Vaguely. It's in there. I need more memory triggers. Okay, so let's go back to Magnus's position. What's on the board? Out of all the pawn ups that we've seen, this one perhaps looks like the most problematic for black to solve. Knight to d5 on the board.
There's nothing immediately happening, but as long as the b pawn stays alive, it won't be easy to get to. Magnus can even start offering some endgames where I'm not sure you win them all, but it won't be very pleasant.
Ooh. But one thing that we have to keep an eye on, and I'm just checking now, it's the time situation. So Rajabov has only got 10 minutes and 40 seconds left, and it's only move 27. So the players don't get any increment until move 40, upon which a 10-second increment per move kicks in.
Yeah, we've seen Rajabov get in time trouble in his game against Wesley as well.
Yeah.
Often.
Yesterday we saw Topalov lose on time against Anand. I must admit, I didn't think when I jokingly pointed out, and I thought there's no way that he's going to lose on time, but he did. It happens.
Yeah, and often it's a combination of being under pressure on the board than needing a lot of time to hang in there. With this format, of course, there's an even higher price to pay. So Magnus with great chances here.
Yeah, and one expression that Vichy coined yesterday, which I thought was quite good, was that I thought that he thought that Topalov should pay for his time management. And so here can Magnus try to make Rajabov pay? So knight takes knight is the move that I would play. As on the board, queen takes knight presumably, and how to...
Yeah, I like this move, queen d3. I don't think the endgame is much fun for black. And if he tries to avoid it, he has to give up all these gains in space he's made. Now this will be suffering. Jabov. Very focused, but is it going to be enough? The world champion has not managed to win one of his first 2 classical games. But today...
Might be the day.
He's going to smell blood.
Mm-hmm.
Carlsen still with 47 minutes here.
47 seconds would be serious time trouble. Queen B. But okay, so let's have a look. Queen D3, are you forced to take? Can you just kind of say, yeah, let's waste the time? But it just feels like you're going to get kicked around. Rook A7 is coming. Okay, so you have to take then.
Looks like it.
Looks like it.
Is not great. Yeah, I'm sure he's trying to evaluate his chances here, but they look pretty good, even if this pawn could be a target. I don't know, White might have some tactics of his own against his bishop. Looks highly unpleasant for Mr. Vachier-Lagrave.
Okay, knight to E.
To figure out if this could be winning already. 95 or
95?
94 some move. Yeah.
And after G, you can't. I mean, how 97, right? Yeah. For some reason, I hallucinated and I thought that Black could have 2 moves in a row, put his king on G7, and then the bishop gets out. But nope, it's over. So okay, problems. And I'm just going to check the computer. Queen D3, best move. Well done, Jan. Second move, Rook A7, also tempting.
Also tempting. But Magnus, he usually strives for clarity with an advantage. So I would think Queen D3 is very likely to be played here.
Mm-hmm.
We'll find out. He has time. He's going to take it. Vichy, in the meantime, does have this rook endgame. We mentioned on the board where, Black will sit with the rook on the 3rd rank if the white king tries to escape via f1. Black will put the rook on a2, then wait. You could go for f6, g5, but you don't have to. You can also keep biding time here. Once white goes f3, the rook can go back here. Keep an eye on these pawns. Of course, white can do whatever he wants with his a-pawn. He can put it on a6, but usually Black is still in time.
Yeah. And I'll tell you a funny story about this endgame. I once saw it in play, I kid you not, in one tournament that I commented on. It was the International Mind Sports. And
2012, where Laurent Fressinet won?
No. It was in 2019.
Okay.
I was commenting, and what was funny was that it was played 3 times, and guess which side won, the attacker or the defender?
No, I'm always worried about losing this with white, because in order to win, sometimes you have to give up 2 pawns on the king side here, and then they just punish you.
I kid you not, the defender won 3 times, and it was incredible. I was like, wow. So it's not an easy decision actually to decide when to run with the king, if at all.
Just stay home.
But the problem is, if you stay home, you really stay at home. You say to your opponent, let's share the point, let's Armageddon it out.
Yeah, Wang Hao, big favorite to hold. Let's see if Vichy manages to ask any questions. In other news, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the French number 2. It feels strange to say that. I've said French number 1 for, I don't know, 10, 15 years. But now, Ali Reza's high rated and has won his game.
Yeah, and it was quite a convincing game. You know, once he was given the initiative, that's it. He never let go. But I was really, really impressed by his creativity in the middle game and his willingness to sacrifice a pawn just to get everything working. Such a fantastic calculator.
Kids, remember, pawns never move back. I understand it looks nice and aggressive now, but look what happened. I'm sure he missed his g-pawn.
Yeah, that is a cautionary tale, if I ever saw one. And yeah, nothing to be done. Oh.
So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, after losing the first round, now he strikes back against the lowest rated player on the field, Ariantari, who had drawn his first 2 black games convincingly though. So it's not like he's a free point here for anybody. Today, he ran into a vicious attack by Maxime.
Yeah. Oh, very impressive game from the
Oh,
Frenchman.
Vichy is saying, you know what? Let's play Armageddon. Why bother?
Okay.
Just made a draw.
He just made a
There you
draw.
go. He probably hurt you. Understood. He shouldn't push his luck here.
Yeah, you know, it's a risky endgame. I've seen 3 games out of 3 games the defender win. That's kind of just shows that it's maybe save your energy. No need to work so hard, especially when the result's kind of a foregone conclusion.
Hundreds of pages in endgame books filled with his endgame, and
Yeah,
it's a
draw.
I believe you, Van Houwen.
Well, this gives us our second Armageddon match.
Exciting.
I know, very exciting. 20 minutes. And what do you think? Do you think who is the favorite in your eyes, Vichy or Wang Hao?
Vichy's been playing so well.
Yeah.
He's always the favorite to me now, until proven otherwise. Then again, White has
he
won
has to win.
an extraordinary number of these Armageddons. You expect things evening out a little bit at some point. Wesley made a good start for Team Black today already by holding Anish. Still, I believe in Vichy.
Yeah. And in the meantime, we're just going to take a short break because we're going to be joined by the Frenchman Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the studio. We're back and we are joined, as mentioned, by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who just defeated Ariantari in the classical game. So that nets you 3 points. How are you feeling? And you won with the black pieces as well.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I didn't know what to expect today. I knew that bishop b5 check was an option. Yeah, things went, first bad because I was caught in the opening, and then very good because it transpired that things went very well in the complications.
So he surprised you with this sideline and
Yeah, the thing was,
night jump.
but before that, when I played d5, of course I'd rather go g6, but there I thought over the board that probably the idea would be bishop c6 and bishop c6 d4. And if that was indeed his idea, I would rather avoid that because then he's in his prep and it could get dangerous. Like knight e4, knight takes, bishop takes, rook e1. Or knight g5, I'm not sure. Yeah, it seems pretty unpleasant to play.
Yeah.
So maybe rook e1, but anyway. So I ended up playing e5, but then yeah, knight h4, castle, bishop c6. Bishop c6 was an unpleasant surprise, and I knew this idea, but somehow I didn't think about it during the game. And then after bc, knight f5, it can just get very unpleasant. So then I just thought I should go knight e8, whatever, because other moves really were not satisfactory at all. And after, okay, if he takes, then some queen takes f4, f5.
Yeah, we were expecting him to play something like this.
And here I could take on f4, but I think I would have played f5. And probably that's what he was afraid of, because, yeah.
Yeah, I suggested this, and computer was happy for white with something like queen f3 and keeping the tension. So there's still some pressure.
Yeah, but I thought I would have good chances to at least hold, but yeah, I was not completely satisfied with this, that's for sure. Anyway, that's what I expected, but then he went f4, so I go bishop f6. Yeah, queen f3. Yeah, and here I found this idea with rook b8, knight c7, which...
Well, with knight c7 we were very impressed, because it's very hard to keep control, or it looked white. If you take the pawn, you go...
Yeah, so my main line was knight d6, knight e6, knight f7.
Ah, okay, so we missed...
Queen e7. Pawn takes e5. Bishop e5. Knight e5. Rook f3, knight f3. And here I think it's quite important that I go queen d6 right away. And I'm pretending I'm fine. Rook d1, bishop e8.
Oh.
So this was one idea. And then Arjan went g4, which is very interesting. Took me completely aback, I must say. I was expecting also maybe f e5, bishop e5. Yeah, like f e5 was critical as well. Bishop e5, bishop f4. And here I was not sure. I think I wanted knight e6. At least that's what I was considering the most. Bishop e5, d, and pretending that I don't have any sensitive weakness. So okay, plenty of options, but then g4 took me aback, and for a while I didn't see any other options than pawn takes f4, but then I realized that now I can go knight e6, and now it makes sense. So I thought, okay, g5 is probably mandatory, bishop e7, knight e7 is probably mandatory as well, queen e7, and here I thought, okay, f5 was the most critical option. And here I don't want to take on g5. I want knight d4. Because knight g5, queen g3, and king h1, or g1, h4. Can, like, a sample line would be like king h1, king h8, rook g1, h6, h4, knight h7, then bishop e3, double rooks on g file, and you always threaten some sort of bishop takes h6 with queen g8 mate.
Someone had this exact structure recently, Anish against...
Yeah, it was a niche. Against Pragnananda.
Against Prag, yes.
Yeah.
Didn't look much fun for black. So you want knight here?
Knight d4 with a point queen g3, g6.
Oh. You don't get mated. 6, queen 6.
Far from getting mated, and after and the point is you actually force f6. Otherwise it don't make sense. But f6, queen e6, and I'm completely fine, probably even better.
Nice.
We
were talking about, I think, h4 instead of...
but I thought it's more or less the same story, like, for instance, what if I go knight d4, which I think what I was considering.
Yeah.
Also here maybe knight e7.
Knight takes and then move the queen.
Yeah, and then f5.
missing.
Also pawn takes and f5, maybe that would be sensible, but it looked like I would have a good option there. Like I could even theoretically go g6 here, but that's maybe too fancy. So anyway, I was not concerned about h4. And here, yeah, after what he did, I think
F3 it went downhill quickly. No, it fell back.
Yeah. I thought his only option after so knight e7, queen e7, queen g3, f6. I think this is all. I mean, queen g3 would have played f. No, this was first. Yeah, I thought his only option was h4. Pawn takes, bishop takes. Because here now, if I go rook f1. Rook f1, knight g5, queen g5, queen g5 pawn takes, rook b2, and I think rook f2 for instance. This could require some good technique, like I can take, king f7, king g3. Yeah, I probably should go king e7, but then my bishop doesn't have any, like you go king h4 and my bishop is stuck, so I wouldn't have gone for that. I would have gone so after h4, fg, bishop g5. I think I would have gone queen d6, for instance. The idea of knight f4, but I thought it was anyway a much more sensible option than what happens in the game, because then just a matter of finding the right lines. Like there was some fancy line, I remember. So bishop d2, knight f4. Doesn't really matter if you take with the bishop, so knight f4, pawn takes, queen f3, and here queen g5. I thought king h1 was a fancy try. Bishop g4 and now queen g3. And then I just go h6, which probably is the only win. Now if the queen moves, yeah, it doesn't matter anymore, and if h4 I take pawn takes, rook f2. But it was important to see this h6.
Nice mating net there.
So do you think you send your message and no one will ever play bishop b5 check again?
Well, considering how the opening went, I'm not sure, but at least Jules was heard.
Yeah.
Loud and clear, his message.
Very much so. Mr. Magnus.
3 minutes, yeah? That's not a lot of time.
I didn't play queen d3.
No, but he has to make
Queen d3,
9 moves.
Yeah, queen d3 doesn't look that great. Like, maybe it is, but...
I was a big fan.
Like, if you take on rook b8, what do you actually want?
We didn't make it this far.
We only investigated rook c2. Then it works.
Was that?
I didn't even consider rook c2, but I'm assuming rook a8 and rook b8, yeah.
No, but isn't white great shape?
What's your point after rook c2?
Rook a8.
Rook a8.
b2?
Knight e5.
Ah, knight e5, yeah.
Yeah, simple chess.
Yeah. Okay, that works.
So what do they have now?
But here it looks just great for Magnus. Like, you can go h3. Doesn't even matter.
Can you
have 9 moves or...
Time is ticking.
Yeah, h3 looks like a great move.
You could go queen d5 still and pretend you won. But it will be very hard to make 9 moves and then play on 10 seconds increments.
Queen d5 just runs into queen d3.
But now it's not so easy.
It's still fun.
No, it's probably even better, because then you have 95 later on. So it's probably much better version.
So we already asked Maxime all the big questions. There was no basketball last night. Our apps misled us.
Yeah, I messed up.
I found out in time. But tonight is the big night.
Tonight's a big night, yeah. And tomorrow is a free day, if I'm not mistaken.
It's not. Sorry.
It's not?
It's Saturday, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's Saturday. Why is Saturday a free day?
I don't No.
Okay.
But we know it's not going to stop you from watching live.
No, what could stop me is the fact that I'm falling asleep far too early for my, which is probably a good thing, but my usual sleeping time is around 2 a.m. and right now it's between midnight 30 and 1 a.m. So.
Oh wow, that's very early.
That's too late to watch the basketball after I wake up, and too early to watch it before I fall asleep. So I need to figure something out.
When you're at home and there's nothing special happening, your ideal sleeping rhythm is like 2 a.m. till 10 a.m. or something like.
It's 2:30 until 9:30, and then I get a nap midday.
Midday. And one question we asked Wesley, I think it's only fair that we ask you, is about the music.
It's the music.
Yeah, what music do you listen to? And
So what did Wesley answer?
The classics. He likes the music from the 50s, 60s, the Carpenters.
He also likes Eminem.
And Eminem
a lot of range.
Till I collapse.
I must say that compared to my teenage taste, which was like 98% or 99% rock music, mostly from the 90s and millennials. But I would say now I've extended my taste a bit, so I'm listening to a bit of everything, but still revolves around rock music.
What band?
What bands? I mean, at the time it was Green Day, Linkin Park, this kind of, and still sort of is, but just like got very eclectic. So.
Do you listen to music when you're walking around Paris with, assuming you have headphones
For sure.
like everyone? And you do it?
Yeah.
Because I stopped listening to music. I have podcasts all the time, but somehow it makes you get away from music.
Yeah, I didn't transition to podcasts yet.
Oh, okay.
Not yet. It's an addiction, basically.
Yeah, although I should probably transition at least to Chicken Chess Club.
Yeah. It's an excellent podcast, available everywhere. with a French rapid champion, Laurent Fressinet, who expertly drew his last round game in 4
I have
moves.
a feeling PH is the star of the show.
For sure. Candidate for FIDE deputy president, Peter Heine Nielsen. He's using us. We're just pawns in his political agenda now to listen to him campaigning.
I mean, his wife is politician, so it had to happen.
It comes from it's a family tradition. All right. Still a fantastic podcast. But Maxime is also a very popular podcast guest at the very least. When do you start your own?
My own podcast?
Yes.
Okay, give me some time until I retire from chess professionally.
You don't have to retire, just start the podcast and stop playing, no one notices. That's horrible. Fair enough.
All right. Do they start yet?
They're going to start the Armageddon in 3 minutes.
In 3 minutes,
Yeah.
I'm not sure we have material for 3 more minutes, so we'll let Maxime go. Thank you so much for joining us.
If it had started, I could have joined, but 3 more minutes is too much.
Yeah, it is a long time
Take
to
a
wait.
nap, set the alarm for 3 a.m. and watch the Boston Celtics.
That's the boss schedule.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
you
you,
very much.
Maxime, for joining us.
Thanks
It's been
a
a
lot.
great pleasure. And we're back and we are getting ready for our second Armageddon match of the day. This time it is Vishy Anand against Wang Hao, and it's going to be intense because Vishy will have 10 minutes on the clock whilst Wang Hao will have 7 minutes, and there is no increment until move 40, and Wang Hao will have draw odds and they are off. What are we seeing? Are we going to see a Rosselimo?
Yeah, Vishy is saying, okay, this is a must-win situation. No more Solid Sveshnikov. Let's check out the Rosselimo, which is also what he switched to in his World Championship match against Gelfand, where they started debating the Sveshnikov. But then Vishy later scored a key victory in the Rosselimo. This is a theoretical line, has been played between Caruana and Carlsen, among others. Very complex stuff. Pawn to b5. The white bishop goes to d6, but Wang Hao does not want to allow that. Goes pawn to d6. If memory serves, I thought bishop a4 was the move here, but Vishy probably has something in mind. Goes bishop c4, allowing this d6 move, because I thought if you go here, now d6 doesn't work because knight takes. Did he mix up the move, or he's taking some time? Yeah, knight bd2. Maybe something went wrong, or just knows a lot about it. One of the two.
I think he knows a lot about it because it's still very much in main line.
Nah, I think he's messed it up.
Okay.
Knight f6. I think black's just better already. Was a little slip of the hand because you have to go bishop a4, and then the line is b5, bishop b3. And here, if d6, a4 puts pressure. But if you start with bishop c4, since the pin is no longer there, now black can just go d6, as Wang Hao did. And he's comfortable. Knight b2, knight f6, and black's better. He goes h6. What is that about? He wants to stop knight g5, but why? Just move the knight out. Knight g5 castles? What is he worried about?
I don't know.
That's weird. h6? Why exactly?
Well, it does seem like a interesting move. At least maybe he just wants to get out of, I don't know. Maybe Wang Hao also isn't so familiar with the line.
No, but it's not about being familiar. Develop the piece instead of moving a flank pawn. This is shocking. Now Anna used the time to go bishop d5. And after knight e7, there is knight to c4.
Is that so?
I don't know if it's a big deal, but at least he gets to target something before black is developed.
Yeah. I think knight e7 has to be played though. And you have to meet knight c4 castles. The pawn has gone.
Bishop takes. White very much back in business. h6 was a very surprising decision.
Rook e8. Normal.
Unpinning.
And
that's unpleasant. For see what Anna does. He could drop back with the bishop, and then if takes, the queen takes, there's what I think they call a knight fork.
There is a knight fork on the board. I think this bishop move is probably a really good move because otherwise black starts the kickback. But after the bishop retreats, can you just? I was thinking bishop e6 or something. Try to.
Yeah, it doesn't look so pleasant.
Or maybe knight takes bishop and then just... Yeah, but the knight can come to d6 on all these variations, so... Sometimes swings and roundabouts. Knight comes to d6 and that's it. Okay, bishop g3 on the board. And... okay. Knight takes bishop is the most forcing move. Pawn takes. You cannot capture the pawn because of knight b6, as kindly pointed out by Jan.
Looks unpleasant. The knight has to drop back and hope for the best. Van Houga's rook f8. He's really trying to break all the rules today. Like h6, rook e8, rook f8.
Yeah.
Well, he's anticipating knight to d6, but Arnold doesn't have to do it. He can just play any move, h3 or whatever. And this is still not a threat because of the aforementioned fork.
Can he make an improving move?
Yeah, rook e1, rook c1, h3. Any of those look plausible.
h3 on the board.
Okay. Stopping bishop g4.
And what about now? Should black try the kickback?
What's the kickback?
Push the knight away. b5.
Isn't it a kick forward?
Yeah. Kick. Yes, I have kicked the ball forward. Okay. Well, there's I don't know. Doesn't look like a great position.
No, I think he has to take
maybe knight takes bishop and then just simply knight b.
Then live with this.
Yeah,
d6, knight f5, when maybe h3 has some drawbacks as well in that the bishop is no longer covered. No, here. D6.
Okay, he's taken it off, and knight e7 on the board.
There goes that knight.
Then maybe you can go bishop d6.
Yeah. Completing that little dance. Bishop d6, rook e8. Bishop d6, maybe even b5.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm starting to think this h3 was maybe not the most useful.
It would have been nice if the rook was
move
on
in the
e1.
position. Yeah, exactly. Having a rook somewhere feels much more helpful now.
Other moves could be bishop e5. But then again, that just feels like maybe it's not enough to play for.
It's very logical, just, maybe black is in time to simplify. I'm not sure if queen d5 works.
Yeah.
I guess so. And if the other knight takes, then queen d5 certainly works, and it's probably too drawish. Anand goes knight takes d4, but that also doesn't feel like putting too much pressure. Yeah, after knight takes d5, he goes knight b3. Keeps the game going. He does like his knights.
Yeah, he does. And there is some uncomfortable pressure. One thing that kind of immediately pops out is that the black knight can't actually move because of knight b6 ideas after the queen gets traded off. So, yeah, that would be unfortunate. Bishop b8. I spot all those cheap tricks.
Nice.
But presumably
Van Houw
white
also taking some time here.
b5 on the board. And talking about time, Van Houw only has coming up to 2.5 minutes. And we are move 19. So whilst his position does look like it's okay, it's holdable, he doesn't have much time on the clock and he will not be getting any increment.
No, there's still a lot of play in the position. It's not like the game will be over anytime soon. Queen somewhere, rook d1, rook e1. And it looks like the Carlsen game is over. Magnus looks upset. What happened there?
Ooh.
He did win, apparently. Why is he so upset?
Was it on time? Because Radjabov had almost no time on the clock.
It's also Ted lost the final position.
Okay.
Maybe just missed something.
Well, not upset then. Maybe that's his happy face. Okay.
The world champion wins his first classical game.
Picking up 3 points, very important. And knight c5.
Here come the knights.
nightmare time.
Wow.
Yeah. So, Wang. So this means Wang Hao now coming close to 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, he has to develop the light square bishop, so rook moves up.
Okay,
But
7.
the rook is dominated. Nothing, no
this bishop
square.
didn't have a great square, so he moved the rook. And b3, Anand, touch of class, offering the exchange sacrifice,
Yeah.
putting the David Howell pawn to dominate the knight on b6. Nice move.
And
Knight d7, but doesn't solve. all
solves
black's
nothing.
problems. At least the stupid knight gets exchanged. Still some pressure though.
Well, the knight can simply retreat, right?
That too.
Has to. Knight to d. I would be tempted to go. Okay, knight to e4, and Wang Hao is very insistent. He wants to trade
chasing
a
it.
knight.
Which makes a lot of sense because now his bishop also has a square to go.
But
Rook
okay,
c1
he should
played.
just move. Rook c1 is a very nice move with a threat.
Hang on.
Can you do
Knight
that?
a4, rook c8. You blunder rook c8.
Rook c, yeah.
Wang Hao shaking his head. How does this go? Queen e7. Pin, yeah? Rook e1.
Rook takes rook, right?
Maybe just pin directly.
I thought rook takes rook, and after bishop takes rook, knight c8.
Ah. Okay, does this continue? Queen c5. Okay, let's
Oh.
see. See what happened, Wang Hao. He didn't even bother. He gave up his queen. Queen c8, knight c8, rook c8, queen g4. So he has a rook and a minor piece for the queen. Not quite enough. Some drawing chances, but combined with the clock situation, it's a sad situation for Wang Hao.
Well, the good news is that he has a few minor pieces, so if needs be, he can just waste a few time
That's a good point.
and get to that golden move 40, get that 1 second increment. Very generous time control.
Rook d1
Rook
played.
d1.
It's so tricky, but because these pieces, they are not too well coordinated.
Wang Hao coming to a minute.
4.
Securing the c3 square, very good. It's on a dark square though, the lights, and white has a dark square bishop. Rook d, rook
He
d7.
needs
No,
some
rook.
squares for his queen. His queen is
We need to move the queen out of the way,
not
right?
in the thick of it.
Queen has to go to f3, f4,
Rook
rook
d3,
d3.
5. And how very focused on that queenside situation.
Okay.
But Armand has found a good square for him.
Yeah. And nice strategy from Anand. Perhaps going to trade off a set of rooks.
Looks like it is. Hand wanted to play rook d8, then he reconsidered.
There you go.
The hand wants what the hand wants. Bishop f6. It's still tough to break through.
Queen takes, queen d7. Okay,
Probably the queen will manage to
yeah.
chase. d8, queen c6. Too many weaknesses. Queen
Queen
c7.
c7. Nice move. Allows the white king to hide on h2 without worrying about checks.
Carrying
Oh,
bishop e5.
that is a nasty trick. Prepared with 40 seconds on the board. Bishop e5.
He's been around. He's gonna make some luft. g3. No, g4.
G4.
Knight a2, hang on. And this allows some trick. Yeah, queen c6. Wang Hao is shaking his head now. The bishop is loose. Bishop h6 check is possible. Is there anything better? Queen c2 is also
No.
there.
Bishop h6 is the most forcing.
Queen c2, now c3. Yeah. Bishop h6 does look good because the black king ends up being so weak as well.
Yeah, and the rook and knight are not the best pieces to coordinate together with. Bishop h6. Anand just under 2 minutes, and they have now reached move 40, which means that they will be getting that 1 second increment. Knight to c3.
It's probably checkmate somehow.
f4.
Or threatening queen h8, forcing king h7 eventually. We give some checks, but the king can walk to h4. King h3.
Yep.
Taking a moment, checking for knight forks. But he won't let go.
And that's it. It's over. And Vachier collects 1.5 points. Another victory for the Indian Grandmaster. Incredible performance.
Yeah. Great.
Once again, you know, he's showing what a player he is. You know, he can play blitz chess. He can play Armageddon chess. He can play classical chess, and he now has 7.5 points. Still the leader of the tournament. Incredible performance.
What are the standings? Vachier 7.5, Wesley's up there.
6 points.
Magnus already in close pursuit, picked up 3 classical points today. Only half a point behind Wesley So after today's victory. Maxime, winning a game, winning a classical game really makes you jump in the standings here. Maxime up to 4th. So what does that mean? We're left with
1 game, and that's between Shak and Topalov. And it looks like an endgame mess.
Oh, it's a race.
Total mess. I mean, black has an extra piece, but take a look at those 2 passed pawns.
Okay.
Scary stuff.
Good news for black is this pawn is not really going anywhere. It's still well controlled by the black pieces. So Topalov can maybe start his own little run. H3, H5, H4, H3, H2. It's a long walk, and well worth it.
Okay, well, but 2 players are playing the game of chess, unfortunately. So how is white also going to... Yeah, it's unfortunate that, isn't it? You try and come up with some fantastic idea and your opponent goes, well, no, you're not going to do that. And, okay, but how is white going to also push the pawns? Like, obviously you need to get... For some reason, I thought that black had an extra piece.
Extra pawn?
Yeah, has an extra pawn, not an extra piece. That would be tragic. So the bishop, I guess, has to retreat. The light square bishop has to move out of the way and start pushing the b pawn.
I don't know, we can try bishop somewhere.
Yeah, anywhere. I'm not quite sure where. But
this guy is fast.
Yes.
Can take? Yeah, I can take.
You can take, right, and go h2.
Trip. Now maybe white needs to
slow it down.
Slow it down just a little bit.
Anyway, we will take a short break as we get ready for our next guest in the studio, world champion Magnus Carlsen. And we're back, and this time we are joined by Magnus Carlsen, who's just defeated Timur Rajabov with the white pieces and in a classical game, picking up a very important 3 points. How are you feeling?
I'm very, very happy. It's very rare that you follow a plan from move 1 and it just works perfectly. So I took a pawn and defended it in a very, very ugly way, and that pass pawn won me the game. So I'm very happy with that.
Let's visit some of the details. He started taking a lot of time, I think around move 14, 15. And after knight e5, you said you were optimistic, no, in the confessional?
Yeah, it was surprising. So when you've prepared a bit, then surprises are generally welcome. I mean, it could have been that this move was in the file, but it wasn't one of the main lines for sure. Anyway, I think it's probably well within, the reach of a draw still. But with each move that you cannot force the draw, it becomes a bit difficult. I think I found a good plan with takes and bishop e3. The idea was after bishop f6 to go knight c3. And here I was considering some strange lines like queen d7 or something, but now knight db5 I think is okay. And if knight b3, there's queen d1. It could be that rook d1 works as well. The only thing I should avoid is rook d1. Rook d1. Not here. Instead of knight db5. The only thing I should avoid is rook takes on d4, rook d4, then queen b7. I cannot avoid the forks, but I think I can take with the bishop on d4, and then after knight b3, there's bishop d7, which I think works. Yeah, knight e2. I get an endgame, a pawn up. Anyway, so but here, a bishop f6, knight c3, queen b7, queen b1 was my idea, and then again I'm intending to play knight b5, and these bunched up knights are really potentially really ugly for black. Maybe there is some concrete solution, but unless there isn't, I think having the knight on c3 is better than on d2. So I think he made a good choice there, at least practically speaking. So okay, let's move a bit forward. Rook e1. King f1 is really ugly, but it was the only chance I saw. I think if I trade on c5, he's just too active. I really don't want to give up that bishop if I don't have to, and I didn't see any other reasonable plan than putting the rook on c1. Here again he had a lot of options, but it's always unpleasant when you have to calculate a bunch, and the most you can hope for is a draw anyway. Anyway, he decided just to make waiting moves after a long time, which, to be fair, he could have done immediately. Like somebody like Nepomniachtchi probably would have just made these moves immediately, and then he would have had half an hour more at the end. But that's not the way everybody plays.
Does it influence your decisions when your opponent is that low on time, or you try to ignore it?
A little bit, but I don't think it did in this game. No. Anyway, knight e4. I wasn't completely sure, but it feels great to exchange a few pieces, and with every piece exchanged, in general, the b pawn becomes more and more of a factor. He did have some tricks here, of course. Rook a7, knight e2. But when your opponent puts the queen on b7, you sort of think he might have a plan, because rook a7 is a bit too obvious. But I think rook a3 is a perfectly decent move. Rook a3 actually.
Oh, it says rook a4. Okay.
Oh no. Sorry, that was after queen c6. Queen c6, then still rook a7, bishop c5 was an idea. Sorry. But I think there rook a3 instead of rook a7 was okay. And I don't think he has any tricks. So I think he did okay. With rook a4, knight d5, takes, and king g2.
We were debating queen d3. Did you consider that?
Yeah, I thought about it, but no, I don't know. What's the so maybe if he takes and then rook b8.
Maxime said rook b8 and he didn't think it was anything special. Yeah, computer is very happy here. Maxime said it, but yeah.
But I go d4. His knight is kind of stuck.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, maybe I missed something there. Yeah, that could be. Anyway, what I was happy about here, and also what he talked about after the game, is that his pieces are basically perfectly placed here, and virtually any move will worsen his position. And I guess the position is still kind of a draw, but with little time, it's really hard to just sit and make waiting moves. So that's why, yeah, queen c6 I thought was okay, but then after rook a7, I felt like he should just return with the queen and ask me what my idea is. Probably would go, as he mentioned after the game, some h4 and then maybe king h2 at some point, maybe queen d3. It's really unpleasant, but could hold. Anyway, after what he did, g5, I don't think he can save the game. I mean, I thought for a bit here, but I think this sequence is more or less forced. I don't think he can. I mean, he has queen b4 there instead of this, but then I go rook a8, and with the rook exchange, I don't think there are any chances. Anyway, yeah, this b5 was nice, of course. If he takes knight d4, then queen e5, rook d7, queen e4, king g1. There are no tricks as far as I can see. Rook b8. There is, for instance, knight c2, and he just has nothing. Oops. Yeah, rook a8, queen b2 as well there, or rook a7. There's just nothing for black there.
You looked upset when the game was over. Were you angry you missed something, or did we just read it wrong?
I think you read it completely wrong. I was very happy.
Different facial expressions. So the big question as usual, are you staying up tonight to watch basketball, or is that unprofessional?
Oh, no way. I mean, I've done that before, but 3 is just a bit too late. So. I'll watch the game first thing in the morning. Not gonna check my phone, nothing, just gonna spend the first 1.5 hours of my day watching the game.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
and
you.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Welcome back, and there is one game remaining, and is between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Veselin Topalov, and we have an incredibly sharp in-game on the board. It's opposite color bishop, there are passed pawns marching up the board, and now it's just a question of counting who is quicker.
Oof. Are you good at counting?
No.
What should white do? Pawn to f3 was just played, could exchange rooks. Or he could bring his king over. Both sides with limited time. Such positions are so tough because the price of every move is so high. You said 1 foot wrong here, I guess with white especially, probably lose.
Yeah, and talking about the price of every move being very important, here it's a critical point. There's only one move that white can play that saves the game, and that's king c4. Anything else loses.
Yarov, will he do it? King c4 allows rook takes c4.
Okay, but then you have king takes bishop. And what about this opposite color bishop ending? Because this looks quite tricky because, yeah, white has 2 pawns on the 5th row.
It's enough play here, but once again.
Once again, Harry.
Counting.
Yes. Oh, we're going to see
Everyone
it.
gets a queen.
Everyone is happy.
Probably.
Okay, but who is better in this endgame, actually?
No one.
Probably just a draw. Or maybe... I was wondering whether... Oh, it's so sharp.
He's played king c4. Only move.
Only-
Yarov. So far, very much up to the task. And now Topalov has to decide where he has better chances in the rook endgame or in the bishop endgame. Does look. The computer says the usual 0, 0, 0, so it should end in a draw no matter what, but still tense.
Ooh, okay, so the computer's kind of to black. Black can basically play any move and it'll be a draw.
That's nice.
That's nice to know. That's takes on d3. So we're going to see that endgame. Rook takes rook. Okay, we've got to go through that endgame one more time.
Bishop takes, bishop to
takes.
e3, and yeah, it's this race that we were looking at earlier.
Okay.
Also, it doesn't look like white has any alternatives but running. It's not like he can stop this pawn. So
Nope.
he needs his own queen. b6 played.
b6. Okay, so the players are going to play the moves now probably a tempo because there's nothing to be done. h5. You have to get the a pawn rolling. a6. h3. And now we have these queen and bishop endgame. Both sides with pawns on the 6th and 3rd row.
And black. Oh, no, it doesn't change much here.
Oh.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. Just wondering. But it's still just equal.
Mm-hmm.
No, it seems like the game will end peacefully. Bring us another Armageddon.
Oof. After all that drama,
Doesn't
we're going to
look
get
equal,
more.
It doesn't look like it should end peacefully. But no one's winning this race.
But does everything stop when the queens come on the board? I mean...
I think that's how it works. If both sides get a new queen, you have to agree draw.
They have to do it.
No, but here queen e4. White is so active. Black has the scarier looking passer, but queen e4 attacks the bishop, targets this guy.
No.
It does seem like it should be. And he has taken on b6. He doesn't want to leave this pawn alive.
Mm-hmm. Oh. And
Draw agreed already?
A draw has been agreed.
Wow, they counted in their heads that they both get a queen. They don't even have to play it out.
They know the rules, Jan.
Ah, yeah, maybe they were just anticipating.
Exactly.
Or they didn't have spare queens next to the board, so they had to agree. It's also possible. Spirited exchange.
Yeah.
But one more game for today, and Armageddon after a brief break. Let's look at the results and then take a brief break ourselves.
Yep. And we can see Magnus Carlsen getting his first classical win, this time against Timur Rajabov with the white pieces. Anish Giri unfortunately lost to a very impressive Wesley So in the Armageddon game. And someone else winning in the classical portion is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who defeated Aryan Tari. It was a very impressive game. But we still have one outcome to be decided, and that is Shakhriyar Mamedyarov against Veselin Topalov. And we will catch them after the break.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome back to the final Armageddon game of the day. And it's between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Veselin Topalov. And it's going to be such an exciting matchup because the time has been slashed. Mamedyarov will start the game with 10 minutes on the clock, whilst Veselin Topalov will begin the game with 7 minutes. And there is no increment until move 40, when they both will get a 1 second increment per move. There is one big advantage to being black though, and that is that black receives draw odds. Now, a win in Armageddon will actually net the winner 1.5 points, whilst the loser commiserates with 1 point. So there we can see the board has been set up. Everything is ready for both players to appear at the seats and start playing some chess, and it will kick off in 1 minute. And I think this matchup, we're going to see a lot of fireworks.
Yeah, I like that your excitement for the Armageddon format never vanishes.
No, it totally never does. No, I get a big buzz because it's like, yes, now on to the real stuff. Let's see those.
7, but there's a twist. White has to win.
Yeah.
Mamedyarov is there. We just saw them chatting to each other in the lobby, seemed to be on good terms. I was surprised, like, if they have to play this rough Armageddon game. I thought they would just ignore each other, but no.
No.
He's very friendly. Mamedyarov looks tired. So does Topalov.
Yeah. Chess is chess. Life is life. And they're getting ready. They're waiting for that.
Now with microphone. Apologies.
Okay, handshake, and they're off. And what are we expecting? Well,
D4.
The D4, always D4 with Mamedyarov. And
the Catalan, very restrained.
Ooh, okay.
Maybe he saw some weaknesses in Topalov's play against Anish, but he goes knight d2. That's sharper than bishop d2, as seen from Giri.
That certainly is sharper, but okay.
Often this pawn can be taken.
Will he take it?
Probably castle first, but then after bishop g2, it's there. It's up for grabs, but no. Topalov goes b6. Boo.
So this is kind of like a very solid variation.
Yeah,
Black needing only a draw. Why take precautions? Why take all the risk? And we have c5 on the board.
Yeah, what? Usually a little bit better. We've seen lines like this. played between Dubov and Carlsen, for example, in the Champions Chess Tour, where Carlsen never had it easy. Doesn't look like much, but white has a small lead in development here after knight takes d4.
Queen e7.
Queen e7, he's drifting a little bit.
Is he going rogue? Bishop a3.
Seems like.
Might be a good idea. Try and force off the dark square bishops.
Shouldn't he develop some pieces? Knight c2, rook c1. He's going to rook c1.
Rook c1. Okay, now it's time to develop pieces, I admit. It's a good idea.
Because
But
try
where
to
to?
exchange some with d takes c. But it's somewhat unpleasant. Should have grabbed that pawn, Wesley.
Knight. Is the knight perhaps going to come to a6? d7.
Because rook
Rook
d8
d8. Okay.
continues his contempt for this knight on b8.
It's not just the knight though, it's also the rook. It's one is bringing the other one down.
Yeah, you can realize.
Misery comes in pairs. Yeah, rook d8. Asking the question to the white queen, what are you going to do when it comes for you? Queen is probably going to move.
You are in deep thought.
Yeah, but he can't be in deep thought because it's
white.
Armageddon
He has more
game.
time. He takes on d5.
Yeah.
Black's not going to want to capture with a pawn now, so knight or bishop?
Knight.
Probably knight. Bishop looks a little risky, leaving these squares vulnerable.
It certainly does. But then again, bishop takes is the optimal move. Trade off the light square bishops, Catalan bishop off the board.
If it's the optimal move, you should play it.
Yeah.
Will he?
Oh. Decisions
Thinking
to be
about it.
made. Well, it can't spend too long because its clock is ticking down to almost 5 minutes. And as we've seen before, there will be no increment until move 40, upon which a 1 second increment gets added per move. Not too much time. Bishop takes pawn, knight takes pawn, knight takes
the
pawn.
knight. Took a while though.
Okay. How is white going to react?
I don't know where these pieces should go.
I feel like the white queen should be on c2 and maybe
C2?
yeah.
I thought maybe a1, but it looks a little too subtle.
I kind of feel like the white knight should be on c4.
Put it there.
Yeah, but then I'm a little bit scared that the black rook is looking at the white queen.
Yeah, but nothing happens yet. e5, knight f5.
Okay, you convinced me.
Did we convince
You
Vachier?
Let's have a look. Well, maybe. So we're suggesting be brave, be bold, stick the knight on c4 and say to black, I don't care that your rook is bearing down on the queen.
No, he goes queen c2, boo.
Well, that was my first instinct, but you were there to talk me out of such bad habits.
Maybe it's smart. Knight back to f6. Wow,
Oh,
that looks very slow.
okay.
Changed his mind, wants to exchange the bishops now, but knight e4, white has a lead in development with these pieces dormant. Knight f6 looks very risky. Because I was taught, if your opponent has passive pieces, it's okay to exchange his active ones.
Yeah, and you kind of called it. You said that night would bring pain and suffering. We didn't really say that, but you know, I've got to
was what I meant.
exaggerate.
Yeah.
And it's there. You know, black would love to trade off all the pieces and develop the knight. Can't do that because the knight is going to come to c6 at the end of it. So, knight takes them. What to do? Develop. I think you have to.
Knight bd7 probably is possible. Knight takes, but there is this weakness on c6.
But if you go knight d7, you can go knight c6 immediately.
Yep.
And that feels already unpleasant.
It's too late to avoid unpleasantness. Knight f6 was a little slow, and speaking of a little slow, Topalov down to 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Jarvis time to zip some water. Looks very relaxed.
I mean, could... Okay, knight d7, so you were right, and, well, white has some very pleasant choices on the board. Knight c6, get the bishop pair, that's one I would play without thinking. And Shaq agrees with me. Queen takes bishop. Queen b7. Looks nice.
This will be suffering for Veselin.
Yeah.
No time, only one bishop.
Okay, so he's on move 16. 3 minutes. Well, under 3 minutes.
Rook b8, also not the kind of move you're dreaming of playing. It's just very unpleasant. Any move, rook fd1.
Rook fd1 makes a lot of sense to me. Queen. What else can you do? Well, okay. It's just so natural, right? That it's difficult to come up with any other move. Okay, Topalov is initiating trades. Knight takes knight. Which way to capture? With the bishop, with the queen? The bishop. Bring a new piece in. Knight attacks the bishop, moves it back to f3.
I was wondering if there was bishop e5 directly, but he doesn't feel the need to do anything too fancy. h6 is still bishop e5. He's not concerned. He wants to take on d1 and then go rook d8. Still unpleasant, but yeah, not game over.
No, certainly not.
King g2, the Kramnik rule.
Yes. Oh, this is something David was also talking about, the Kramnik rule. If
in doubt, go g3, king g2.
Okay, and now we see a trade of rooks, and Topalov offering another trade of rooks. So the question here is, white's position looks great, but Shaq has to win.
Yeah, black is still solid, but even without queens, these endgames aren't much fun, like takes. And I don't think he's going to do it, but even if he took and went queen a8, it would be work for black. At least the black position is now a bit easier to play. Don't hang a pawn and make moves quickly.
He has to make a move quickly, and Shaq is coming to just under 5.5 minutes on the clock. Whilst for Topalov, the situation is a bit more critical because he has just under 2.5 minutes. And we see a trade of rooks. Bishop e5, maximizing the bishop pair. And we're going to see the technical genius of Mamedyarov here. I actually saw it during the Champions Tour when he played against Jordan van Foreest in the major. He played a very long but very good technical game, setting lots of traps along the way. Bishop retreats. It's black just has to keep solid and play quickly.
Yeah, that was an interesting moment because I guess he would like to stop white from gaining space with g4, so you could think about h5 here, which has the drawback the pawn would be a little loose, but I guess I would still do it. Curious if Veselin feels the same way. No, he goes knight d5.
Okay. I can really see that the crowd wants Shaq to at some stage play g4. They approve.
Yeah, not the time yet.
No, but soon.
Yes, he's considering taking here, but it's probably not enough. Bishop takes, pawn takes. Then you could go g4. White is better, but not better enough to win. So he'll try something else here. Queen b7.
Okay.
a5.
Keeping the position solid, all good.
Oh.
And, but now, you know, every one of black's pieces are where they want to be. So now's the perfect time to start improving for white.
Huh?
A4, very good. What is Topalov going to play? Well, he's answered. He's kicked back the dark squared bishop.
F6, very weakening.
Yeah.
Allows
Well,
bishop g4.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
you can play that right now. I don't know whether you should.
Why not?
But you can.
He goes back.
Well, he's keeping that move in his pocket, bishop g4.
Yeah, f6 I dislike.
King f8.
It's all these weaknesses now.
Yeah. Queen c6. Ooh.
He's still hanging in there. Bishop h5, now he has g6, bishop g4, queen d6. g6 on the board.
Yeah.
Back. h5, gotta go h5. Flip.
Yeah.
Still stable.
But it does feel like the queen should maybe start snaking her way back towards the center and start targeting those pawns on the king side.
My problem is I don't trust Topalov even with an extra second per move to be fast enough.
Mm-hmm.
I have to speed up.
Yeah. Well, he has 9 moves to get that golden 1 second increment per move.
Yeah, even then, 1 second and pressing the clock.
It takes some time, right? Queen retreats. Knight retreats.
Black is pretty solid now. Mamedov hasn't achieved much. Has to play a defensive move like bishop c3, trying to stop the queen from coming to d2. Goes to d1, from where it can go to c2, b3. This bishop sets a foot wrong to e1.
Mm-hmm.
No, over the board, Wesley is fine. Maybe he'll be in time.
Yeah. Well.
Really?
Well, how's he going to
Messed
defend
this up.
b3?
Yeah.
How is he going to defend a b3? I mean, could he perhaps go queen e4?
Does, but does that defend b3?
No, it's going for counterattacks. I don't quite know where. Queen takes b3 on the board, and suddenly the tables have turned. It is Shak who has to generate the counterplay in order to justify this pawn deficit. The queen comes down to b2, bishop h6. Okay, so is he setting up the threat of bishop takes pawn?
Yeah, he's
no.
Just making moves. He should be in trouble, but still. Time is ticking away. Oh, he just pretended bishop e3, exchanging bishops.
Oh.
That's queen e5, very, very solid. Offering the exchange of queens.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna be rough to win.
It is gonna be tough. And Topalov under a minute on the clock. And he trades off.
He had to take and now keep the bishops, but not the extra pawn. Black is perfectly fine. 95.
Yeah, now the knight mobilizes
b4.
itself. Bishop b4. It's looking great for Topalov.
Thought about knight c3, but then decided not to bother.
Okay, now the white king has to start making a run for it.
Bishop c3, just chase it. He does chase it.
And all the while, he's just gaining that 1 second on the clock. So...
I'm not sure he's gaining it, though, I think. My phone. Some ideas. e4, what is that? Pawn sacrifice?
Yeah.
He's
Well,
gonna take it. He wants to take it.
He wants to take it.
Then now he saw a4 is also hanging at second thoughts. He didn't take it.
Okay, now the king's coming up.
Yeah, back, threatening f3, but king also goes back. Oh, into the pin. Not worried. f3. No. Check. Gotta check.
Ooh. And throwing those pawns forward in desperation.
Back into the pin. Wesley is drifting.
Yeah, but there's
sort of see his lack of practice, but it is a cute trap because King F4 there was bishop D6 checkmate. The bishop takes E4 using the pin.
But F4.
Yeah, stopping bishop E5.
And Topalov shaking his head. It's all going wrong.
Seconds.
Okay, now he can Jacques can play bishop F3, force a trade of pawns. Okay, defends the pawn.
White has all the chances, might even be objectively winning. E4, E5, King G5, King H6. 6 seconds for Wesley. Yarov transposes to the opposite colored bishop endgame.
Oh.
He's convinced this is winning. He's probably right. King G5 is coming, targeting whatever it's called, the G6 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Should be 3. And time. That's why I said it's not a lot. There's 1 second.
Wow.
A lot of drama, but yeah, Wesley was in control. Then he lost the threat down to his last second.
Yeah, and that is well and proper time scramble. We haven't seen one of those in a long time. Both players seconds on the clock, and wow, what a finish! I have to catch my breath there. And I guess we should have a look at the standings while Jacques sets things up, and we can see still in the lead with a very impressive 7.5 points out of 9 is Vishy Anand. In second place we have Wesley So, and third place Magnus Carlsen with 5.5 points. And I did ask the question at the start of the round, you know, was there going to be drama? The answer was always. There's going to be lots and lots of drama. We've seen 2 classical victories, 3 Armageddons, and we finish with the most nerve-wracking of them all.
I haven't seen as much drama since watching Entourage.
Yeah, and on that note, I think we will say good night to you all at home. Thank you for watching the show. Thank you for tweeting, commenting, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time. Until then.